want to make the perfect recipe. want to make the perfect recipe, you have to start. The airship is ready. Is also to be fragrant in its own bitter way. Mermaid tears grant the ability to breathe underwater. So... whole line of dwarves in rainbow vests just held hands and danced around me. Oh, wait, did I take the wrong medicine? fragrance note does yours have? Who wants to be our first test subject? This variable's too volatile. Let's remove it from the test group and move on. Not everyone can. Some of us are just meant to be the fertilizer. I every ounce of your... I mean, I'll maximize your... Sign this labor cost, and you'll be a part of the way. I promise I'll exploit every ounce of your... I mean, I'll maximize your... A rare talent! Oh, my golden ticket! Yes, I'll be able to scrap this dingy glider and replace it with one made of solid gold. Light and shadow can deceive the eyes, but a scent never tells a lie. True strength never sits on a throne. It is in the roots of the very plants you trample underfoot. Who wants to be our first test subject? Nobody keeps their arrogance after a dose like that. And you'll be a part of the oasis. Welcome to Cloud Oasis. Hey, lighten up. Not again. You are just like those thick, endless, annoying textbooks. The wilt is also to be fragrant in its own bitter way. Like a spilled bottle of the worst perfume imaginable. Let's see what kind of reactions we can get. Again, you are just like those thick, endless, annoying textbooks. are gone. You don't mind a little raw science, an endangered species, and you actually saw it alive. Not everyone can be a bird. Some of us are just meant to be the fertilizer. Wait, do you? Thanks for playing along. I'll just add your stats to my official record of the day. An endangered species, and you actually saw it alive.
Oh.
Strength never sits on a throne. It is in the roots.
Ah, you look like someone we knew working for the old. A rare talent! Oh, my golden ticket! Guess I'll be able to scrap this dingy glider and replace it with one made of solid gold.
Let's see what kind of reactions we can get. The wilt is also to be fragrant, in its own bitter way. Look at that! A rare golden ratio! Let's see what kind of reactions we can get. Light and shadow can deceive the eyes, but a scent never tells a lie.
A rare talent! Oh, my golden ticket! He says welcome to Cloud Oasis. Hey, lighten up!
Ah.
Moonlight is the fabric of your soul, yet you are the source of the glow.
Oh.
Shine bright. Shine bright.
You don't mind a little raw science, do you? Like Master Yuga says, this is the perfect blend of science and... Wait, do you smell something funny? like a spilled bottle of the worst perfume imaginable. Not everyone can be a blossom. Some of us are just meant to be the fertilizer. A top note of dizziness, a middle note of sickness, and a base note of permanent paralysis. Like Master Yuga says, this is the perfect blend of science and magic. Wait, do you smell something funny? Can you smell that? It's a special blend. Shine bright. To wilt is also to be fragrant. Who wants to be our first test subject? A top note of dizziness, a middle note of sickness, and a base note of permanent paralysis.
I promise I'll exploit every ounce of your... and maximize your potential.
Like Master Yuga says, this is the perfect blend of science and magic. Nobody keeps their arrogance after a dose like that. Not everyone can be a blossom. Some of us are just meant to be the fertilizer. Let's see what kind of reactions we can get. Smells like like a spilled bottle of the worst perfume imaginable.
I promise to exploit every ounce of your... I mean, I'll maximize your potential. I promise to exploit every ounce of your... I mean, I'll maximize your potential.
Oops, painkillers are gone. You don't mind a little raw science, do you? True strength never sits on a throne. It is in the roots of the very plant. Wait, do you smell something funny? A top note of dizziness, a middle note of sickness, and a base note of permanent paralysis.
I promise I'll exploit every ounce of your... I mean, I'll maximize your potential. Welcome to Cloud Oasis. Hey, lighten up.
Thanks for playing along. I'll just add your stats to my official record of the day. Shine bright. To wilt is also to be fragrant. Ooh, I just thought of something genius. Race you to the lab. Light and shadow can deceive the eyes, but a scent never tells a lie. can be a blossom. Some of us are just meant to be the fertilizer. I thought you had some natural drug resistance, but apparently not. Playing along. I'll just add your stats to my official record of the day. The wilt is also to be fragrant.
Arcanlor, hello. The channel. Moto 1 the worst class for SS20. I turned lock with 960 cases of probability and ran out of time with 4 trillion damage. 4 trillion on Moto is generally not enough because of the uptime. You want to aim to like 10 trillion. What upgrades are you missing or you think you're missing? Oh, I need to update the guide link, but I pretty much added my complete character in TLI Compendium. Let me update the command. And if anything, I could take a look at your build and tell you if something might be amiss. But yeah, just 5 trillion is not going to be enough. The fight is kind of chaotic and also what happens is that the minions seem to sometimes spend a little bit too much time targeting the other targeting the ones that are invulnerable instead of attacking, you know, what they should be attacking. I can check if you create a build code. I can check it out for you.
Who wants to be our first test subject?
The Vorax ring was pretty strong, even the one with the horn ring was already quite strong.
Apparently not.
Because what you get from the horn ring, if you think about it, you're getting two crit mods in one. So if you don't want to, you know, break the bank, you can craft a Vorax ring without the Winter Virgin mod and use the Vorax the horn ring one instead. But I think the base that gives you blessings is quite a lot of damage. But there's another base that is cheaper and is very close in damage.
Thanks for playing along. Add your stats to my shine.
But yeah, if you do exclamation mark guide, I now have everything in detail in compendium. With some notes and stuff. So if you want to take a look and give me some feedback as to why I may add. Okay, this is not a link. How do I make it so it is actually a link? Or is it always going to show like that? Force variables, okay. Mode, count. Because with the YouTube, it does work with links. Like if I do Discord, it's a link. The market is global, but yeah, the market is kind of dead. The market is shared across all regions. And sourcing modules was already a pain in the ass before the market died, so I can't really imagine how like getting a good one is not going to be that easy. Okay, I think I did give it a okay, there you go. See. It does seem like a code, yeah. Let me finish the map and I'll help you.
Arrogance after a dose like that. True strength never sits on the throne.
Okay. So you have a double mod one. Okay, same tier. So the Vorax ring is missing, yeah. I don't think you need commands per second. This double corrosion is big. It's a big damage. I don't know if there are any of them available in the market though. None of them? Crazy. But yeah. I spent like 5,000 for mine. Of course, you don't want minus 15, you want minus 11 at most. Yes, it's much... Yeah, but this is cheaper, right? This is 2k. I spent 5k on mine. There's this one for like 1k. That is something that I would take a look at. The helmet, you should definitely have the helmet double corroded. You should buy them yourself and corrode them. This is a lot of damage. Having this mod at like 95 plus is an insane amount of damage. The red memory, this red memory is the most important one. This is the most important. Like you can have orange here, but you must have red here. And personally, I'm not really a fan of the additional memory slot. I much prefer, like, if you don't want to do Machine's Joy because it's too expensive to craft now, you can do the 50% additional minion damage. I think is much better than the extra slot. Although if this helps you cap block, then you know by any means. But if anything, if you're gonna do the plus memory, it has to be red. But I think the 50% additional damage is better than the extra slots. And you have medium attack and cast speed here, which is not wrong, but I much prefer movement speed, and the armor here is something that I wouldn't have skipped. But you know, you have an energy shield one. It's good, but the armor is very strong. Frozen Lotus quick advancement. You got. Was this was this expensive to get? Oh, it's just not very expensive at the moment. Very cheap, yeah. Yep, defensiveness. Why are you not using activation medium minion? Not on the market? You have a 3 mod 1, but it's not great. Like, this erosion protocol does nothing. So it's more damage if you press it yourself. Damn, 7,000. There is no projectile, like, only projectile protocol, like level 21, none of them on the market. Because I think this would be... Okay, now I need to change it to... Yeah, the module market is a mess. This is only one, so this is not going to be that much better. Fearless is useless. Fearless. Wow. All three are the same. And it's anything. Wow. Yeah, it's almost the same. Actually, armor pen would be a little bit better than the plus one. I was just checking if it's available, but yeah, it seems not. So, support here. The best support that isn't activation medium minion is wind projectiles. Because the minion scales with projectile speed. All of these are, you know, good. You have them leveled. Well, try to get a minion. Might be that it isn't there anymore, right? That there aren't many of them. But this thing, so 40% additional damage is bigger than Wind Proj. Yeah. This one for 40 FE, for 400, 500 FE. You could get this and replace Elemental Fusion with that. That is like, there's 5% additional damage already there. Okay, Blizzard. So the only reason I do quick decision here is because I'm using... Okay, this memory, Machine's Joy, is a lot of damage. $3,000. But, you know, getting this in... Okay, if you get this, you need a wind rhythm to hit faster. This one fully leveled for 3,000, I think, is quite a decent price. Or either of these. The material is not that expensive, so if you want to give it a shot at doing it yourself, you can do that. And that way you can probably get it on the red base that you really want instead of buying a random one. But okay, what the way that works is you want to hit as many times per second before you use the hero trait. So let me show you. Before you use the hero trait, because you gain the stacks, and when you use the hero trait, you lose all the stacks. So that's why I went for a wind rhythm. And that's why I'm using carpet bombardment and quick decision. Yeah, and you do 3 reds instead of 4. So this thing, right? Is additional overload effect that stacks up to 30 times, and it says multiply. So this is 1.04 to the power of 30, which is more than 4 multiplied by 30, right? But you need to hit 30 times before your next overload cycle. And the overload cycle would be basically the default cooldown that it has, which is 12, minus your cooldown reduction, minus cooldown recovery speed. And that will be how often you're going to be using overload. So for me, it's like a little bit less than 10 seconds. So I need to make sure that I'm hitting the enemy enough times before half of the duration of overload is gone. So I ideally want to reach the cap of the bonus by half of the duration of overload or less for the bonus to be, strong. Because if I'm reaching 9 hits at the 9-second mark, then I never have the buff, right? I basically never have it. But as long as you're doing something like that, it's better than the 50% memory. So that's why you need to you will need like that Machine's Joy alongside the wind rhythm. Right now this Blizzard setup is good because it's your source of frostbite. But Magus can also be a source of frostbite, and you can use another. Like right now that you don't have that, you can use the Blizzard support to make the Empower effect stronger. And you don't need quick decision. You can do like well-fought battle here. Of course, for single you don't use this, right? You use a defensive skill or another damage skill. Safety. Yeah, same thing. Also, you might wanna experiment with using Cruelty here instead of Frost Magus. If you do, you have to roll this to be 6. Yeah, but I don't think you have 100% uptime on the flask on single target. That's the problem. This is very good defensively, of course, but you will need to add another like charge gain support here to be able to keep this up 100% of the time in single target. Whereas if you use Frost Shield is gonna be up there all the time. Ah, 7 seconds. Do you have 100% uptime on Machine Army? Very important to have 100% uptime there. Selfless here is good. You don't use Selfless here. remove this. You know, use Selfless here. Reason being is because Ichi scales. So Ichi gives you gain projectile damage as you, the character, gain projectile damage. So this part, projectile speed, double dips on the aura. So you don't want to use Selfless here. Just use Restraint. It's better to use Restraint. You don't want to, because this removes the effect of aura on you, and you don't want to do that. You want to have the projectile speed on your own. Yeah, Standas 1 is super expensive. But I think, so, I think if you have the freeze, like right now on Sage, I remove Frost Magos on Sage. However, on Sage is a little bit easier because she already has a ton of recovery. But what I figured is, Frost Magos does add a bunch of utility, but you know, you have 960k survival. I think your character is tanky enough, so not having a little bit of damage, you know, of damage transfer. You remove the Frost Magus, you add Cruelty. Cruelty is gonna add a ton of damage. And what you do is then you move Grudge here. You put Grudge here. So this will be your source of Grudge. And you forget about Shock, Numb. But you don't care about it. Because yeah, it's 12% additional damage for Dirty Tricks. But if you think about it, having the aura is 40%, right? Like an additional aura will be 40 some. It will be more than 40% additional damage, and it's a new multiplier. So in reality, you don't really miss that numbed. So this is something that will be worth exploring. Of course, you'll probably have to put an extra point here of Seal Mana Compensation to be able to feed the extra aura. Okay, what else? You have 0 there. Okay. Yeah, I haven't looked at the talents yet. Oh yeah. So mine is tier 0 and I have points there. So maybe you do need a little bit. Oh, it's because you have this here. Okay, yeah. I mean, maybe you just put a couple of points. Oh yeah, just one here, and then you have enough. Yeah, the dream. Yeah, yeah. Version on the memory. I didn't really intend to go for the conversion. So don't really look too much into that, because I did cap my erosion res in the end. Of course, if I have conversion, is less damage taken, right? Yeah, it's nice. It's nice. Yeah. But what I'm saying is, like, don't sweat it if you don't get it. Like, it's not the biggest deal. Like, what I really wanted to have on the chest was +4. But when I realized that I was barely even hitting the res cap with the resistance pet, I decided that it wasn't really worth it for me to get a +4. Like, what is 4 max if I'm not even hitting the max? It doesn't make sense. Yeah, it's very difficult to hit the resistance threshold. Yeah. So skills is just, you know, minor tweaks here and there. Hero memories we already looked at. You're using Knight of Pueblo, which is goated for single targets. This guy's amazing. Okay, let me see your fact page then. We have resistance here. You added a bunch of resistance points. Erosion res. Crit rating. Are you missing micros? No, you have all the micros. Okay, yeah. Erosion. Yeah. And passives, I don't think passives there is I suppose you have this here removed because you have command on your ring, so that's an opportunity for a change. You don't really need command on the rings. Skill duration, I'm really fond of. I think what a lot of people might miss about Moto is that the numbers on the dummy are nothing if you're not having your mechanics in order, right? And part of that is having overload 100% of the time, because you will see that when you're trying to test your damage, if you lose overload during the test, you will see that you lose like 60% of your damage, right? And then it goes back up. And that ebb and flow is very punishing, especially in a fight like SS20. So that's why I would always go for some skill duration, at least until the point where I can hit the breakpoint, which let me show you here. So if you go to the exclamation mark modules, in this sheet I have this calc tab. And what you can do is you can input your numbers here. Total cooldown and total skill duration, and just get as much as you can to have this up like close to 99% uptime. Like mine is actually higher than this because I had like, I think 18% or 14%. And I did go for like 80% CDR. So yeah, you want to almost have this at 100%. But okay, what you need to make sure of is that when you see that overload cooldown is done, like when you see this loaded, you have to click your skill. Because the issue is that sometimes, Machine Army activates the trait, but sometimes Machine Army will be in cooldown when your overload is already off cooldown. So you want to right click. And right clicking also enables this. This only works if you right click. Because you don't have any other synthetic troop skill. Yep. I'm saying right click, but you know it's using the module skill. Yeah, so I think just do the calculation and just get as much as you need to be at 100%, and don't overdo it with the duration. Although the duration is not with the elixir and stuff. So this is why I don't think I will ever be able to drop this tree as Moto. I don't think that that's a possibility. Like, even if you get rid of the +1 and you get rid of the energy shield stuff, which, you know, if you're doing live, you don't really care about it. There aren't sources of this, and you need this for your trait. And then Sentinel, yeah. Oh, you got the cold infiltration here. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. On Sage, so on Sage, I went for this Phantasmagoria. But then you will have to source cold infiltration elsewhere. But this is nice because you save a lot of points. Ignore prerequisite requirements. Charge. Use this for erosion rest. And what is your source of chance for minions to inflict ailments? Where do you have that? Are you applying all the damaging ailments? I think you're missing a source of chance of ailment chance. Okay. So the way ailments work in this game is ailments don't really depend on the damage type you're dealing. It depends on the base damage of the ailments. So let's go back. The dirty tricks, right? You're using this dirty tricks. I'm sure you have to have that somewhere. Yeah, dirty tricks. Okay. So what this says is, yes, okay, yes, you have the base damage, but you also need the chance for the ailment to be applied on the enemy. I'll show you. Look at this. Chance for minions to inflict damaging ailments. Trauma, Ignite, and Wilt. If I remove this late, Trauma, Ignite, and Wilt won't be on the enemy. And I'm basically losing more than half my damage. See? Because those are the damaging elements. You need the base damage and the chance to apply it. Look now. See, there's Trauma, there is Wilt, and there's Ignite. Yeah, you just need to roll this thing. Just roll it here. This is why I left a purple one here. Because it's the easiest way to achieve it. You're losing a ton of damage there. You're basically playing without dirty tricks. And Element Termination also scales with the element, so that is a lot of damage that you will be gaining once you fix that. Yeah, you can do it in either of these. That's talent on the below, yep. Yep. And this. And you have the immediately. You have the immediately twice. So you can do something else with this Starlight. You can get another +1 here. Because you already have it on the pedigree. Oh no, this is on critical. Never mind. Yeah, never mind that. You haven't corroded your Lone Walkers. Does it work? Does what work? This thing? No, it doesn't. Because you don't do attacks. I thought it was the same as this. My bad. I thought it was the same wording. You know, this one doesn't work. This one is the one you want. Yeah. I think that's all, right? So you have LE pen, which means you got armor pen on the rings. That is good. Chance to multi-strike. You want 175% here. You want this at 175%. Minion damage, erosion, minion crit damage, minion double damage chance. I mean, while the Vorax would be good, I don't necessarily think your current ring is wrong. I just feel like the Vorax might be a little bit more damage. But it's also quite expensive to craft. Yeah. Not the last, but the horn ring one. Yep. Your current ring is better than the horn ring Vorax. Okay. Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, yeah, this is a good ring. Like the thing about this one that I have is that it's giving me another multiplier which is massive, which is the Winter of Origin one. In this instance, it's very hard for like a regular ring to compete, especially when I have crit damage and double damage as well, and it's giving me blessings. But I'm afraid this base might... Oh. I mean, it's still very expensive. Very, very expensive. But I would go for... So mathematically, it's just... It's a difference of a little bit of extra damage. You can get this one, additional minion damage. You need the divinities. Which divinities? Oh, this is also super expensive. Plus skill level. Yeah, all of these bases are expensive. There are many ways in which you can solve it. I have a +1 base here, so these spirit rings were very cheap at some point. Let's see how much they are right now. And yeah, I have the gain blessings on a slate. See, these are dirt cheap. Look at this. Yeah, it will cost you 2,000 to move the base, but look at this, 500 FE for a +1 max focus blessing. And then you don't need the command. Like, you can buy this base, and you either do a base transfer. I would do a base transfer at this point, because recrafting the ring is going to be more than 2,000 FE. So you can do this. And that gives you the focus blessing, and then you need to do the Vorax to get the Winter of Origin mod. But all of that, like, it's a bit hefty, and like it's a lot of money that you still need to make all of that work. Like, we're talking about like 20,000, something like that, at least. You're not doing what again? Oh, the timid. Okay. But do not worry. Yes. You... When you do the base transfer, everything on the ring that isn't this moves. So you're gonna get the timid on the new base. I did this with this ring. My previous ring was the same as yours. It has +3 command, and I moved the base to... And I moved it to this new base. And it moves with the Dream affix. Yeah, and end of the league, I feel like getting to like tier 8 profound farming is so much cheaper, but doing like min-maxing your character becomes more difficult because there are less things available, like pedigrees and stuff. These fucking dreams are getting on my nerves. Yeah, the modules are particularly terrible because the way they are farmed right now, they make no sense.
It smells like a spilled bottle of the worst perfume imaginable.
Even then, like, look at this one that I bought today. Like, if I had this on an Ichi, this would be completely stupid. But there weren't, like, at no point on the league there were any Ichis that had an aura and another protocol that worked. Yep, you're welcome.
Drug resistance, but apparently not.
Very glad to help. Yeah, the dirty tricks thing is super. It seems a lot of people are missing it because, you know, elements are not intuitive in this game. So I made sure I added that in the FAQ section of the build guide, of the written guide. I think I did even mention it like early.
This variable is to vault another entry for the species index. Like Master Yuga says, this is the perfect blend of science and magic.
Yeah, that is what you would think, right? But it doesn't work like that. And yeah, you have to go to the help, or the thing is, people probably haven't ever played like element builds, so they don't even know what the element icons look like. So they don't know they are not applying them. And maybe they don't even know that they should see anything there. That is so. I think all of that is part of what I need to make a little bit more clear. Yeah, a lot of wordings are very
Light and shadow can deceive the eyes, but
can be a little bit misleading. Like the wording on this ring is extremely misleading. 20% chance to gain a stack of blessing when minions deal damage. Like, what I would think this ring does is that when minions hit an enemy, I get blessings. But no, you don't get the blessings. Only the minions do. Same thing. This thing. Gains hasten when minions land a critical strike. When I first saw this, I thought these points were completely useless. But then when I tested them, I realized, okay, it's the minions actually gaining the buffs, it's not you. Either that or they don't work at all. But no, they do gain the buffs. Because you can see it in the dummy.
annoying textbooks.
Yeah, I was like, why would they ever do that? And then so all of this stems from the fact that they still don't really give many people access to give them like translation feedback. Like, there used to be a whole thing around giving translation feedback, but that was kind of abandoned, it seems. And I think is needed.
He mentions your feet. It is an honor to study with.
Yeah, because so before they did a rework on those points, these used to give they used to give movement speed. They used to give you, like, I think it was regeneration and movement speed. So I would always grab anything that says movement speed. You had it here, and you had it in Machinist as well. And I think, yeah, Machinist. Artisan still has some of it. But for the most part, they have removed movement speed at all. So I was thinking, like, okay, my minions give me hasten, so I move faster. It's not damage, it's utility, but no, it is actually damage.
Let's see what kind of reactions we can get.
Yes, same. Well, I'm done with. I've done the city defense. I've done the SS20. I'm not gonna do 21 because I don't enjoy the fight. I think it's very dumb. And I don't really find the rewards of SS21 particularly compelling to go at length to make it. Like, if I can one-shot the boss, I will, but I won't go out of my way to do it. And at this point, I just wanted to try a little bit of extra things. Like these minions I'm trying on Sage to see how good they can be on clear. They seem to do quite well on Sage because she has the explode already. I need to read the patch notes, and I know they released a video on one of the new classes today. Is Deep Space worth it? No, it isn't. Unless you have the correct emphasis on correct level 6 pets.
Let's see what kind of reactions we can get.
And the correct level 6 pets would be this girl would be a kind of correct. But like my current build cannot handle Outlaw quite well. So that's why I'm not doing it. It's a shame, because I like the mechanic a lot, but you know, the build cannot handle it. This girl is good at level 6. So this is one of the ones you would use for Deep Space. Kong, but you would have to do, you know, a card strategy. Dorothy. And if you have level 6 Dorothy, you want to have level 6... you want level 6 Dorothy with level 6 Alice. Level 6, this is good. This is good. This is the other one for the compass farming. Cube is one of the worst to have at level 6, honestly. And Dark Surge is kind of as well good. But Dark Surge is about jackpot farming, you know, eternities and stuff. And it's very random. You have Lunaria 6. Lunaria 6 is something that you can use next season for Deep Space, most likely. I'm almost 100% sure Lunaria is going to be another, like, Deep Space locked mechanic. So yeah, maybe for you next season Deep Space is actually going to be worth it. But yeah, right now only with Cube. Cube is kind of it's not bad per se, but you do so many wrongs when you get absolutely nothing that it, to me, is kind of demoralizing. I don't really like not seeing loot for that long, like valuable loot. Like, if you think about it, the best thing about Cube is, there's also the other problem with Cube, in my opinion, is the whole stupid premium tabs of the auction house that go out every season, that you need to buy every season. because you need the extra space to sell like your space rift, your corners, your starlights. So if you don't have the extra space, you're gonna be wasting a lot of time waiting for those things to sell. Whereas, you know, if you do compasses sell like instantly.
A top note of dizziness, a middle note of sickness,
Same thing with Dream tokens. Dream,
paralysis.
like Dream as a standalone mechanic is kind of bad, but because you require, you only need like a blue compass and you don't need many points into the mechanic. You can pair it with different things, and the Dream tokens also kind of sell instantly. Even at this point on the league,
Working for the OS.
you can still sell them. But Dream doesn't scale well into this space either.
Every hour.
Sandlord scales well into this space,
Maximize your
but like for you to make like insane profits from Sandlord, you probably do need the level 6 pet, and you have to do like 24/7 gliding. Because I have the level 1 pet, and when I'm doing this space, Sandlord basically is the only thing that keeps me like on the positive side. Otherwise, I would be losing money. There is a couple ones that I really wanted to try, which is Ember farming with golden compasses. However, I tried it in Profound, and even in Profound, you don't really get like that much of an insane amount of embers. However, this space has much more quantity. Well, the other reason why I'm not doing it is because I used to have my immunities on the Phantasmagoria, but I have now changed my Phantasmagoria, so I don't have immunities. And then I'm like, yeah, I'm not gonna do Deep Space this season either. God damn it, all of this is trash.
Light and shadow can deceive the eyes, but a scent never tells a lie.
sign this labor contract, and you'll be a part of the way. Oh, my golden
Basically what you do is you hit the dummy for like 30 seconds.
working for the OS.
Then you unequip your damaging skill and let the damage fall off below the 5 trillion mark, and you use that to calculate the number of seconds that you were above that 5 trillion mark. That will basically give you an estimate, but the most that the dummy can give you an estimate is 15 trillion. Past that is basically like using Ordrak as a gauge.
A top note of dizziness.
What is your Ordrak rank? Oh, you said you were at 4 trillion. So now that you've added like dirty tricks back, or you know, proper dirty tricks, you probably gained, you know what, like a couple trillion more maybe. Also, you can base it on the red numbers that you see on the dummy. Like if you see like 1 trillion red numbers, you're kind of like in the 6 to 10 trillion mark. If you see like 1.5 to 2 trillion number, then you're at like
Ooh, I just
15, 20.
genius. Race you to this variable's too volatile.
That's like 10, 12. And then 3 trillion is like 15. I think I added that to the module sheet. Let me check. Yeah, here it is. This is the link to the Gooba video. So what you do is you put how much time you hit the dummy for. You put the DPS number, and how much time you spent above this. And this will give you, you know, a gross estimate of your DPS.
Light and shadow can deceive the eyes, but a scent never.
But what I usually use as a base is the red numbers on the dummy. Once I'm consistently hitting like above 2 trillion red numbers, I have enough damage for SS20. Do you know what I'm talking about when I say the red numbers?
Like Master Yuga said,
Okay, perfect.
this is the perfect.
Hello. Although I'll tell you, I'll tell you, I'm almost 100% convinced at this point that unless Sage gets completely destroyed, like Thea 2 levels of destroyed, or Moto gets an actual competent rework, I'm 100% going to play Sage minions next season. She's so much better. Like the only one that is better than, so I think modules in terms of like damage scaling right now, Iris is the queen of it, but I'm afraid the special memories won't be available next patch, or unless they actually do like a proper balance pass at the drop rates of stuff, they might as well not be in the game because nobody will be able to source them. So that means, you know, Iris modules is going to be something pretty much that nobody will be able to do unless you're doing questionable money transactions with in-game currency. So the only options are going to be Moto 1 or Sage, or, well, Gemma 2 kind of can build it as well, because all her damage is just frostbite effect. But Gemma 2 is certainly not a first character because, well, I don't know if the ring triggers on minion damage, which I don't believe it does, because if the ring triggers, the ring will inflict the frostbite, and then you can use her early to play minions. But yeah, and just so it makes sense what I'm saying, take a look at the trait. First of all, this one is now I don't know if this was this same thing last season, but I know it is this season. It's cold damage for you and your minions. You're getting this one here after the enemy is healed with cold pulse. Then you have additional cold damage for minions here with frostbite effect. Your minions will not get the frostbite effect, but you know, all you have to do is the same thing that we're doing. We are applying the frostbite. Then this one has this is the cold pulse interval. This only makes it so you're hitting faster, and yeah, you will use this one to get more frostbite rating. So basically, it's all about, you know, you do have like the base multipliers, but you have all the frostbite scaling as long as you're the one applying it.
Ooh, I just thought of something genius. Race you to
So I have the theory that either Sage or Gemma 2 might be the best character to play synthetic troops on outside of Iris 1. Oh, give me a nice upgrade, please. You did nothing, really? Stupid game.
Can you smell that? It's a special blend I whipped up just for you.
One thing I like about playing these melee minions is that yeah, sometimes those are very, very hard to roll for some reason.
Not again. You are just like those thick, endless, annoying textbooks.
Okay, how's damage looking now then?
To wilt is also to be fragrant, in its own bitter way. Time for a little field.
There you go.
A top note of dizziness, a middle note of sickness, and a base note of permanent paralysis.
The question is, can you actually survive the crab? And also, I don't think Pale Knight damage reduction works on that SS20 boss because it's 3 enemies.
We can move on. True strength never sits on a throne.
Only for rest. Okay, okay.
The Compendium of Oddities claims that mermaid tears grant the ability to breathe underwater. So, how
Yeah,
can
Pale Knight is
Selena
completely
cry
absurd.
her eyes out? I'm dying to test the theory.
Traveler, please bring back the glories that exist in our memories of the past. Clear away the haze to reveal the truth of the era of the Six Stars.
I just haven't got him from a chest because you know I was able to clear SS20 without him 2 seasons in a row, so I think I'm fine with the pets I have.
The air is
But I wouldn't really mind having him. Yep. It's what Hell Cavalry dreams about becoming. Should go for the Owl Lady. The Owl Lady I think is very good. Because you also get elemental conversion. Oh, that reminds me. I think I've been farming with the Owl Lady instead of Preserver. That's another thing. Like, Sage is so fast. that is one of my main gripes when playing like Iris 1 and Moto 1. That is very hard to get speed. Like, look at this. Like, this is the speed that Moto has with God of War. Like, this is ridiculous. And the damage is the same. The damage for me right now is the same, if not more, than what I had with Moto 1. Like, these guys deal less damage than Ichi, of course, but... And I know it's less because I don't see red numbers with them. Like, none at all. There's a 1.7 there, so, yep. I think they were ramping or something. But, like, look at Ichi right now.
Woohoo! We found
That yours? Like, look at the frequency of the red numbers for this. See? It's much more frequent, right? And you see the zeros. 0 on the dummy means that you're hitting 15 trillion and you cannot deal more damage to him. So the frequency is much higher.
the perfect solution.
That's how I know that the other guys are dealing much less DPS. But I'm kind of hopeful that I like, if I really build around these melee minions, that I might be able to make a build for them. Because I kind of want to not use Ichi unless they fix their AI. But, you know, I always have, like, Ichi as an option for single target if like, the melee minions don't really scale that well.
Please select the calibration intensity for invincibility number 2.
It's I would say it's kind of a flawed reasoning in my opinion. And what they said is that they don't want to overwhelm new players by making the number, like the highest number of the dummy, to be too big. What I argued against that is that actually setting a number that you cannot go beyond, or you can in theory not go beyond, makes me think that I've already completed the quest, right? If I have the highest damage that in theory, like, I'm a new player, I only gauge my damage by hitting the dummy. If my damage cannot go any higher, it means that I should be able to complete all the content in the game. And that is not true. Because you need more than 5 trillion to kill the SS20 boss. So I'd argue that misleads new players more than having a higher cap. Yeah, and it is not enough for 20, and it's certainly, like, you need like 100 times that for 21. Like, literally, you need to hit 50 to 100 trillion for 21. At least to do it, like, comfortably. So then what is the point? I don't really see the point on the cap. Like, to me, I think it's more reasonable when you make a game that allows the players to gauge their performance, to have a bar that is so high, that is beyond what is reasonable for all the content in the game. So, in my books, if 5 trillion is the cap, I should be able to kill SS20 at like 3.5 to 4 trillion. And I should be able to comfortably, I should be able to destroy SS20 at 5 trillion. Like, it should be like almost a one-shot. And then what I would do so 5 trillion is not really achievable by many builds.
Nobody
Like,
takes their arrogance out
you will
of
have to be
themselves.
playing something that is really, really powerful and that it scales extremely well into the late game to hit that number. And then yeah, if you have that, then what you do is that you make the number much smaller of what you need to clear the rest of the game. The problem about that is that they will need to really, really crunch down the base damage values and crunch down the multipliers as well. So the standard 25 to 35% multiplier, 25 to 32% multiplier of talents would have to be called to, like, I don't know, 15 to 20%. And so on and so forth, right? It's like it'll be a massive overhaul. But I don't know. It doesn't make sense in my eyes that you would have a bar that you need to go much further beyond to clear the content. But apparently it's something that they are very adamant on keeping that way. So we might never see it changed. But who knows? Like, if I think if they receive enough feedback about it, they might change their mind. But like right now, it seems that they are happy with the way they have it at the moment.
You are just like those thick, endless, annoying textbooks.
Now, it might also be the case that they don't really want to make new players feel like they actually have to heal SS20.
Variables too volatile.
Which could also be a fair assessment, right? It could, like, that could be fair, but, you know, if you're new and you're free to play, you really want to get there, because, you know, the pets. Should I stop pressing the modules and use an activation skill or win projectiles? Okay, so the activation medium skill is for them to summon at the beginning of the map, plus it's a bigger multiplier than what you get from Wind Proj or Elemental Fusion. So it's really more about the damage. But you still the thing is, this only triggers at the start of the map. This is not constantly triggering the skill, so you still have to press it to gain the 8% bonus
Still cold.
and to get the overload. Yeah, me too. Okay, I'm gonna actually reach the POE 2 patch notes. Then I might hit Burr for a cold stream for a little while. Having automation without penalties. Yeah. I mean, you kind of have a penalty because this character is like 99% automated, so it's weaker than the others. Have you seen the POE 2 patch notes already, Arcanlor? After unlocking the Verisium ROM forging, only TLDR videos. TLDR. Okay, I'm not gonna read into the new league mechanic because I kind of like getting first-hand experience on this. All league mechanics in the Atlas now have quests that introduce that mechanic. All pinnacle bosses have quest versions that can be accessed deterministically, alongside repeatable non-quest versions that offer greater challenge. Then 3 new endgame map areas. Gateway, Precursor Tower, Monoliths. Yeah, all of this is going to be when I reach the end game. Masters of the Atlas. Oh yeah, I quite like this system of the Atlas Masters. It seems very interesting. After breaking out the linear meter, there is now a progress bar showing how deep you are in the fog and how long you have until the fog clears. This thing, the notes. I have to take a look at them later. Our bosses will always be 100% delirious. Damage and life bonus. This is good. Added 5 new elite delirium monsters. Added new sub area, the Loathsome Mire. Loathsome Mire drops 2 new amulet bases that grant 2 instill notables at a cost of +1 suffix or +1 pre. Like this. Of course, delirium is still going to be omega difficult to clear. Yeah, it's going to be quite fun to engage with, but it's going to require a good build as usual. Simulacrum was so hard. Breach, we're getting Monastery 2.0 on the Breach. Catalyst can only be obtained from the Genesis tree now. It's interesting that they're adding like Genesis tree exclusive bases as well. So pretty much it seems like every mechanic is going to follow that path of having their own bases. Evasion deflection if Ghost Shroud is not deleted. Are you going to play Monk? Or which class are you going for? Or what kind of builds? I, being a minion enthusiast, I'm super excited about the companion build. Yeah, same. Because I don't know how I feel about the Spectre build. Or maybe I do like the Spectre build. My only problem is that they kind of figured it out already, and I like to go with the new thing and try to, try to do something different with it. Okay, Fate of the Vault is moving core. There are new Atlas passes for the Tree of the Vault mechanic. A Sirius Temple can now be found on the Atlas to the northeast of your starting location in the city of Liraval. Maps inside the city of Liraval always have energized crystals and grant points of the Fate of the Vault Atlas passive tree. I have only played Energy Shield builds. Spirit Walker, the new one. Pathfinder. I didn't really like the Val Temple. So unless the mechanic is extremely rewarding, I will probably not engage with it at all. I did love Breach. Abyss. Modifies to the number of chests now applied to the chests found in Abyss. This also applies the chance to find at Abyssal Depths, so chance to find Abyssal Depths does not increase with more chests in the area. Adjusted the damage of the meteoric demise, and oh yeah, this used to hit really hard. Lithomantic runes and Lithomantic runes Abyss monsters are now active after a longer delay. Okay. There's going to be less punishing. Expedition has been disabled on standard leagues due to integration of the Runes of Alder. This will be reintegrated into standard later on. Recombinator disabled. And Omen of Recombination has been removed. Okay. Expedition is one of those leagues that like the crafting part of it feels so trash compared to PoE 1. List of socketed legendaries. What do you mean, list of socketed legendaries? It might be in the welcome page if it's new. They usually add some information there. Ancient. Shaped Atlas. Behold the first edict. You can soak it as a gem, a unique. Yeah. I want to see the video on this, guys. I think it's out now. Speedwalker is gonna feel crazy, I think. Even the non-minion things of this class really they seem quite cool. I have no idea how to level a Huntress though. I don't really feel like doing a practice run on PoE 2. Like the campaign is so overwhelming, so long that it like doing a practice run feels like burning myself out before the league starts. I really like this thing making like early game items end game viable seems like a very good step. Because that is one of the major things that PoE still suffers from, is that like literally 99% of the uniques are worthless or like anything other than leveling. Yeah, yeah. I know I have to do a run, but I don't want to. Mandragora. Physical 100 to. So what did? Okay. New Kalguran skills. Oh yeah, these things spending wards seem really cool as well. I hope we get some of these to play with early on. And the whole boat leak. The boss design in this game is so great. Like it's one of the things that you cannot really deny about PoE 2. Like it feels really good to clear the boss fights because they are so well designed. Bounty foretold mage blood. What? Well, hits gain 25% of damage as extra chaos damage per curse on the target. And damage as extra physical per curse on the target. It's like a cool unique. Yeah, this is going to be the chase item. What I'm also worried about the Spirit Walker build is that this item will be too rare. And then I would have to play you know, a something else before doing the change to companions. Yeah, but this is what enables the build, isn't it? Because otherwise you can only like you cannot really have the wolves alongside the boss, right? Like Crypt set is really bad, and it does seem kind of bad. People are going to go druid. Oh, do you need this? Oh, yeah. The talisman node is going to be for sure. But what I'm saying is that I think this item will be expensive. And then you're locked out of the build. I guess I'll have to see if you can summon wolves and the boss. Because in that case, this is not really required, right? Voices. Hello, Dato. I'm glad you had a blast with Moto. I also had a blast with him. I'm having a blast now with Sage. And I think Sage is going to be the as already said, if they don't nerf her to the ground, I'm going to start her next season as the minion character.
The victorious plaything received.
He's so fast. This is huge. Like, I really like challenges. This is what keeps me playing POE. The build planner is also quite a nice thing. Should download this. Did they change levels at all? I don't think they have.
The ability to breathe underwater. So, how do we make Selena cry her eyes out? I'm dying to test the theory.
Quest version and regular version. Each empty tablet slot now contributes to the amount of random non-tablet spawn leak content in the area. This means that if all tablet slots are full, you will only see the leak content from the tablets you're using. The intent of this change is to make sure that you do not need to complete the Atlas trees for leaks that you do not intend to run. Certainly get behind that. Some items and content now require you to specialize in them through the Atlas passive skills, including exceptional items, fracturing ores, basic, and overseer. What are exceptional items? You're pushing 4.4k. What are you doing at the moment?
A whole line of
4,100.
rainbow
Damn.
just held hands and danced around me. Wait,
Hey, let me see that
take the
code.
wrong medicine?
I'm really inclined to play the Spirit Walker with the new boss minions. But what I'm a little bit worried is that this item might be mandatory for the build and that it might be too rare and thus expensive. 'Cause I don't want to be locked out playing like a javelin skill character. I don't like javelin skills. Lower the base chance for SSS as many spirit shrines, strong boxes, summoning circles, and rogue exiles appearing in the map. Somewhat due to the much larger increase in now available Atros skill tree. I don't know how I feel about them making you able to put all points in the Atlas tree. Because that kind of kills the whole, decision making and opportunity cost of the trees.
In a panic, asking how the Imperial capital became a ruin. Hermans are out.
Yeah, but if I cannot have the boss,
He asked
then
who's that?
why am I going to play Spirit Walker? I might as well just play Druid instead. And because this is POE 2, I don't want to go into my league start thinking about leveling 2 characters because I don't want to level 2 characters. Like, I might want to level another character after a week. But not before that. Aim Beast and Ignite. Oh, you used did you use the huge elephant thing? The dino, yeah, the dino.
Look, a glowing hopper.
Gotcha.
Whatever you do, don't touch its back. Unless, of course, you want to spend the day bouncing around like you're on a pogo stick.
Map size of content indicators have been increased by 50%. Good change. This is a little bit too early to speak about this, but I feel like they are looking at the complaint and they are purposefully misdirecting what the problem people have with the campaign. And the problem is not really we don't know how to go faster. The problem is the campaign is too long and we don't want to do it every season more than once. Like I'm down to do the campaign once every season, but it's so long right now that I don't really want to do it more than that. Spectre or other minion build, and instead of an Aurora companion, you will use the boss and the bear until you get it. Yeah, I guess I could actually go minions.
A whole line of dwarves in rainbow vests just held hands and danced around me.
Yeah, so I mean, this is all nice and stuff,
Medicine?
but what happens is that because of the way they do things, I know that these things are not going to be obvious. And you'll have to really be paying attention to notice that the game is telling you where you have to go. Which means your first run is going to be as low as ever until you get familiar with what the clues are, or you see a video of Tai giving you the clues, or someone creates an add-on for it. And this doesn't really address the concern of this campaign feels too long, and keep in mind, there are still 2 more acts to go. So, this is not the end of it, right? It's going to be longer. Also, you will no longer die to bleed while moving. Maximum running ward is now added to your starting honor when beginning the Trial of the Sekemas. The defenses keyword is no longer in use. Existing use of the defenses now explicitly refer to armor, evasion, and an energy shield to make it more clear that these modifiers do not apply to runic ward, resistances, block, or other forms of protection.
Claims that mermaids
This is
live
purely a description change.
underwater. So, how do we make Selena cry
Okay,
her eyes
makes
out?
sense. Yeah, because runic ward is technically a defenses. There's now a limit that the maximum amount of damage a hit can be considered to deal for Leech. Hits that deal less than 40,000 total damage are unaffected, but if a hit will deal more than 40,000 total damage, it is treated at dealing 40,000 damage for the purpose of Leech calculation. Yeah, this probably doesn't affect me. The formula chance to deflect has been adjusted to provide better scaling with investment into deflection rating, with a cap of 95% chance to deflect, similar to chance to effect being a 95%. Arcan Lord, you might want to keep an eye for this, because it might change how the deflection build feels now. The new chance to deflect is 150 plus A, where A is the attacker accuracy rating and D is the defender reflection rating. This makes it for a linear path that gets rewarded at higher investments. Melee attacks can now only apply splash damage once per damaging area. Some attacks create multiple damaging areas during use. For example, Whirling Assault creates multiple damaging areas around you as you move.
Master Yuga! Every book in the Great Library mentions your feat.
Blind is way stronger.
Study with you.
When minions are removed due to resources changing, weapon swapping, younger, newer minions are now prioritized for removal over older minions to avoid wasting minion cooldown abilities. Minions affected by the last gap support or Tekros Revenge lineage support, and totems affected by the unnamed Hotwood Oracle Notal passive skill can no longer die during the effect from taking further damage exceeding their maximum life. This is a massive bug. Archon buffs are no longer inherently lost when you attack. This is now properly elemental Archon specifically. You don't care about the skip game. I believe it is important to run it and have to build the character to go through it and just not spam something weird like D3, D4 after 2 hours jump to endgame. See, because you're saying something very reasonable there, which is you don't ever want any game you like to copy D3, D4 because those games are trash. And the devs are incompetent. So yeah, I don't want anything that looks like D3 or D4 ever in any of my games.
And Snuffler Whiskers require a very
But there has to be a middle road, a middle,
I'm ready
you know,
for whatever the wilds throw at me
a middle point where you don't get blitz for 2 hours and get to endgame. Like my league start always takes like 12 hours. But it's because I always like interact with the league mechanic early. After that, it's still quite long. It's still like 6 to 8 hours. Martial artist for the month. After decades of training, martial artist has become a master of illusions, empowering by the runes socketed into his body. This class creates powerful illusions, summons illusory bells to aid him, and excels at using his hands as weapons. And Spirit Walker. A bunch of extra lineage supports, which we will need to see what they do. Yeah, now that I know that I don't need to get all the map pieces to complete the Act 4, Act 4 feels much condensed. Act 3 is still fucked. Yes, I agree.
And he's making me catch Amber just to test the cure myself. Well, so be it. The ingredients are worth a king's ransom, and curing Amber is the ultimate prize for any cent we
Minion
get.
Splash. Okay. And Minion Rage as well. Fragment Stash Tab is huge. Yeah, when you don't have, like, my PC is not very fast loading, Act 2 is a nightmare. Acolyte of Chajula got some rework. I don't know how Acolyte of Chajula works, so this means nothing to me. The Vitality Siphon notable passive skill now grants 20% spell damage leeches life, previously 10%. Okay, good. What do you guys think about the new Chronomancer?
A whole line of dwarves in rainbow vests.
Also, what does
held
cascadable
hands and
spells
danced around
mean?
me. Oh, wait, did I?
Okay, skills that can be supported by spells cascade and skills that have the ability to repeat. Ultimate command notable skill now requires Unbound Encore. Arcane Maging, WoW. I haven't played WoW in a while, so I don't know what the Arcane Mage does. Is it something... Oh yeah, Arcane... Yeah, yeah, Mage. Had a brain fart there for a second. Yeah. Enemy curse effectiveness no longer applies to the skill, meaning unique enemies have the same effectiveness.
Luna blooms must be plucked at the stroke of midnight, and snuffler whiskers require a very delicate.
The Zanzotine buffs granted by the Quicksand Hourglass notable skill now grants 1 to 60 increased skill speed instead of cast speed. So it means it can be used for attacks, if you're so inclined to. Temporal Rift. I suppose the good thing about Temporal Rift would be, I think it will be kind of easy to use, because if you eat damage from the boss and you didn't get one shot but you were very close to death, you know that you have to press it, right? And then that's it. You don't really have to do anything at all. You just have to get enough life and mitigation to make sure you don't ever die to a one shot. And anything close to a one shot, you just press that skill and it's fine. Yeah, it's like an instant life flask if you think about it. I kind of liked her whole recoup shenanigans, but apparently they made recoup a little bit more available in the tree to compensate. I know for a fact that it's not going to be as good as current recoup Chronomancer. The Gemlin Legionnaire, I haven't played this class, and like, we need the gem information to really judge how good this new talent is going to be, so, you know, there is nothing for me here yet. 50% less poison duration. Okay, yeah, Sage is driving you insane. Yeah. Like, what I'm saying is that we don't know how good it's going to be. So it might be trash because they might be overestimating how good those alternate gens are, or there might be some giga broken gems. Trusted Kinship, Keystone passive now grabs 20% more reservation efficiency. 90 new companion themes. I really want to have this information to plan the tree a little bit. Archon of Undead cluster with the Witch Sorceress. I don't know if lazy, but I think is what Mark said in one of the interviews, that sometimes they don't really have a plan for certain uniques or certain effects that they add to the game. I think they just create something that they might think it's something that is somewhat cool, and then down the line at some point they would add something else that pairs with something that they added before, and that is a way in some of the like really obscure builds are created, that they don't really plan too much for them. But when you're making that the sole purpose of an ascendancy, I think you have to make it strong. One good example is the druid ascendancy, right? The what's it called? The one that gave you extra effects on the talismans, not the talisman, on the socketable items. To me, it felt like a lot of them were very underwhelming, which in turn made the ascendancy underwhelming. So if you're gonna make something that only one class has access to through an ascendancy, you have to make it stronger. And I'm talking about this one. Gains benefits of bonded modifiers on runes and idols. A lot of them didn't really seem too strong to me. And you're wasting 2 ascendancy. Like, the whole concept of ascendancy to me should be, or I'm accustomed to the idea that when you click the point, you're getting the power. And that is the case for almost any ascendancy in this game. And in POE 1 is for sure the case 100% of the time. When you click this, you gain the demon form. You gain the benefits of existing in demon form. When you click this, you're gaining life remnants. When you click this, you're gaining, bleeding, causes enemies to be aggravated. I don't like ascendancy points that say, hey, you can now invest into this thing, because then the thing that I'm going to invest into needs to be extremely OP for to be worth 2 ascendancy points. One good example is the notes on this guy, on the, I'm forgetting the names of things here. On the Oracle. This thing here. This one, right? Yeah, paths not taken. So, some of the paths not taken are good, but you're giving up points on your tree that you could otherwise put into something else. So to me, some of these can and maybe should get buffed. Same thing about this. This should get buffed, and whatever they're adding here to the Gemlin Legionnaire, it should be strong, because you don't want your 2-point passive to be something that is just okay-ish, because otherwise you don't want to use it. Yeah, they slowly added some of them, but they never really gave us everything that we used to have. Trusted Kinship Keystone passive now grants 30% more reservation efficiency of companion skills and 20% less reservation efficiency of non-companion skills. It no longer provides you 30% less defenses, or companions have +1 to each defense for every 2 defense that you have. Okay, Trusted Kinship is should be somewhere here, right? Oh yeah, you don't need the you don't need the scepter. There is a keystone that gives you different companions. And as far as I know, they are not removing that part. Yeah, they're getting rid of the defenses part. But you still have you can have 2 companions. At least we can have 2 companions of different types. So that means we can have wolves. And we can have the boss. And on top of that, we can have the bear because the bear is going to ignore companion limit. Okay, the Wild Pack Keystone passive now grants 50% more amount of life leech, 67% less life leech speed. Cannot recover leech. Cannot recover from other than leech. Yeah, I don't like Wild Pact. Yeah, they literally killed Wild Pact. Again, they did it in POE 1 and now they killed it in POE 2. Well, yes and no, because now you have Overleech, which is better. Overleech is better. But I don't like not playing Regen. I don't know. I don't like it. Reform Barrier Cluster has been removed. What is that? What is Reform Barrier? I don't think anyone was playing with this. The Warding Fetish cluster has been moved locations and no longer connects to a jewel socket. Warding Fetish. Has been moved locations. Hopefully somewhere around here. Storm Charge and Breaking Point cluster no longer connects to a jewel socket. I mean, all of these passive tree changes, I'd rather just see the passive tree for comparison. Arcane Mixture, notable passive skill now grants 10% increased cast speed if you have used a mana flask recently instead of 25% ES recharge rate. Bastion of the Forest now grants 10% faster ES charge rate, previously 15%. So they are nerfing ES in a way they shouldn't. Which is they are destroying the ES recovery. Like look at this, Convalescence is now 20% faster start instead of 40 and 10% and so they reduce the recharge rate of Convalescence, but they reduce the amount of faster start you get. The Core of the Guardian notable passive skill now grants 30% increased block chance and 20% reduced maximum energy shield. Previously 100% increased armor, evasion, and energy shield from equipped shields. I think that cluster is this one. No? Core of the Guardian. The Covering Ward notable passive skill now grants 30% increase, 20% gain 30% energy shield when you block, and 12% increased block chance. No longer 25% increased ES recharge rate. ES builds have always had to invest into recovery. But now they're making that investment worse. I didn't use Convalescence. I think Convalescence was a terrible skill because you're getting an insanely high cooldown for something that you really want to be doing always, which is faster start. Like, I'd rather get a faster start base and and get my ES charge time to like 1 second, less than 1 second, instead of using convalescence. Lower load now provides 50% increased critical spell damage bonus, 10%. I don't know about you, but I'm not great at. I mean, I can understand some of these, but I really like to see them in the context of where they are in the passive tree. Because I right now don't remember the names of any of these, so I don't really know where they are. All I know is I see Archon here, and I love Archon. Energizing Archon, notable passive 30% increase Archon duration instead of 40% increase. You see, destroying charge rate. But you know, Archon duration is great. Maybe you can get 100% uptime on it. No, you cannot. You cannot get 100% uptime. But more duration is always good. Fortifying Blood, notable skill now grants 50% increased amount of life leech, 20%. I don't really feel like I want to play Energy Shield build this season. Like I would rather they cut the notes, they bring the notes to something reasonable than fuck with the recovery. Okay, skill changes. Skills with a fixed number of projectiles, such as Glacial Lance, now can benefit from effects that cause projectile count modifiers to apply to something else instead, such as Ricochet support. Okay. Skills which have a cost of 0 mana now display this cost. This allows players to distinguish between skills like default attacks, which do not have a cost at all, and those are unaffected by cost modifiers, from those which have a base cost. Crossbow ammunition skills now have a base cost of 0 rather than having their cost completely disabled, meaning that effects that add additional cost would now apply to them. Oh, okay. Blind Fate granted by the Oracle Faithful Vision notable now has modifiers to cooldown recovery rate, also applied to the Visage. This is a very good change. And why is this not listed under Ascendancy changes? It's weird that they put it here. Ancestral Warrior Totem no longer has a hidden 0.6 second delay between skill uses. Instead, this delay is now 50% of the skill's attack time and is described accordingly on the skill. This sounds like a nerf to me. Nerfing base damage comet. This is a decent nerf to comet. But comet is kind of broken. All the weak now has can't be evaded. Now deals attack damage gen levels previously. Okay, so doubling the effectiveness. No, like 60% more effectiveness. Attack speed is now 75% of base. What's called the weak? Oh, this is the Wyvern attack. Defiance Banner, Drake Banner, and War Banner no longer have a movement speed penalty during use. Earthquake Aftershock now deals up to 660 attack damage instead of 580. I will still not play that. Can no longer be activated in specific weapon sets. It now requires to be activated in both weapon sets and will fail to activate if it's not possible. It's rage, okay? Rod Invocation no longer bypasses the cooldown of socketed skills. Okay. Nerf to Flame Breath. Yeah, because it's still the best kill. They're still going to play Comet. The problem, so see, but you know, you know what the problem is, right? You know why everyone goes for Custom Crit Comet in the end. Is the problem that POE has always had, which is they for some reason feel inclined always to make casting the spell yourself feel as terrible as possible. It's already slower because you have to, because like Comet is a skill that is extremely clunky to use. It's very powerful, but you don't want to self cast it. Yeah, there's also not another option for an autocast. Yo, Zatsi, welcome back. There's pretty much no elemental skills if you think about it. Like if you think about something that you want to do with elemental skills, it's either Fireball or Custom Crit Comet or Spark. All the others are trash. Firestorm is still terrible despite the rework to infusions and stuff. I mean, it's not bad, but Comet is still so much better. I really like Firestorm last season, but it wasn't. It still wasn't like very high on the power scale. This is like and I think this is a problem that PoE has in general right now, PoE 2, which is if you're playing certain ascendancies, every build is going to look the same. Like if you think about Stormweaver wants you to play elemental skills. So last season we played Firestorm, but Firestorm was still worse than just doing Custom Crit Spark Comet. And yeah, Custom Crit Spark Comet was the best. The other version that you could play was like the cold build, right? The Frostbolt with the cold snap, but that is clunky because it's a literal 2-button playstyle build, whereas Custom Crit Comet Spark is just super easy to play. And Spell Totems is another story because you need the fucking charges, which are absurdly like why they decided to make charges such a burden to get. It's very annoying. Yeah, if you think about like Blood Mage, so Blood Mage, they added the plant skill last season, which gave you an alternative for Spellcaster, but they were so much better than pretty much anything other, like any other spell, that Caster is dead for me because you have the skills on the items. They changed the totem keynote. I haven't reached that part. Or did I? Totem. Spell totem can be used by moving. Okay, at least this is good. This is the Ancestral Totem Warrior. Oh, Ancestral Bond, there you go. Now causes placing a totem to have no cost and not require consuming charges to place. It still causes totem to reserve 75 spirit each, and now doubles the totem limit instead of removing it completely. I think Tatiantel is going to be very pleased about that change, is all I have to say. But, so, Spell Totem being able to be used while moving. Well, no, because you still have to click the button. You have the plant skills. Plant skills were good. Okay, let me keep reading. Yeah, but I mean, which skill from the item you would really want to make a totem? Not like they are that good. At least in terms of spells. But yeah, I feel you. You should be able to spell totem item skills. You know, at least for variety. Where were we? Gathering Storm now causes perfectly timed dash to explode enemy Tempest. I don't know about this. The interval between gaining Ghost Shots is no longer a duration. It now has modifier to cooldown recovery rate applied to Ghost Shot gain frequency. It now has when hit, lose a Ghost Shot and regenerate energy shield equal to 2% of your evasion rating per second. If you lost a Ghost Shot recently, now gains Ghost Shot every 11 to 10 seconds. How available is cooldown recovery rate in the game? Because I don't think cooldown recovery is that easy to come by. Druid has like 5. I would love to support this Apocalypse. You know? So cooldown recovery rate. They would have to add more clusters to it. Because this is the only cluster for CDR. And if it's going to say that modifiers to cooldown recovery rate will increase the rate, the frequency at which you gain Ghost Shots, 10.1 seconds. 10.1. This is reduced cooldown. This is increased percent, so it's 10% here, 15% and another 16%. This is 21% cooldown. And that is the whole cooldown recovery that is in the tree, right? There is some here, but this is out of the way for most builds. At least, you know, this doesn't seem too available. This is Warcry. This is Grenade skill. There is some here. So let's assume you can get like 20% cooldown recovery rate. You can anoint like either of these. So maybe you can get like, let's say 30% to be like very generous. Divided by 1.3. That'll be 7.7 seconds. You still have a gain frequency that is inferior to the one you could obtain before. So there will need to be more clusters or sources for cooldown recovery speed to make these changes a buff. Played Apocalypse plus Lightning Storm Mana Stacker last season. It was good, but now it's dead. Why is it dead? Why is it dead now? I haven't read all the patch notes, so I'm not sure. Ice Shards no longer give 25% more freeze build-up. Quality now increases attack and cast speed. Previously, 10% more attack speed. Lightning Arrow, multiple lightning beams no longer be able to chain it onto the same target. Oh, they removed that? Ah. That support... to be fair, that support was kind of OP. But... oh yeah, then Lightning Storm is pretty much dead, right? It's no longer going to be an auto-include. You'll have to actually invest into fucking shocks. Mana cost of All Barrage has been reduced by 80%. Empowered All Barrage now has mana cost per second equivalent to the initial mana cost of All Barrage. All Barrage now deals 10% more damage at all levels, while Empowered now deals 10% less damage at all levels. Empowered All Barrage now consumes a power charge every 1.5 seconds to continue channeling, previously every 2 seconds. So they destroyed this skill. I mean, it's still probably viable, but it was so clunky to play with that I was kind of okay with it dealing kind of infinite damage. I don't really care about parry. This is not something I will ever interact with. Bounce now has a 6 to 5.1 seconds cooldown. Okay. Pound's cooldown was kind of broken. I'll give you that. Same thing, Ravenous Swarm. Like, they making all of these instead of having a set duration scale with cooldown recovery rate, but, you know, cooldown recovery rate is... I suppose you can add the support, right? The cooldown recovery support. To make this more frequent. And in that case, that will make them better, right? There is a cooldown recovery support. I'm not crazy. Yep. So you can actually get like 60%. Then it becomes better. You can get gold shots much more frequently. Then I guess it's a good change. That skill is still going to be trash. The swarm. They added a meta rune so you can craft CD on boots. Oh, okay. I like this. Spell totem can now be used while moving. Supercharged slam. Okay, I don't care. Tame Beast. Summons a beast. Now deal 40% more damage at gem level 9, scaling up to 84% at gem level 20. Now immediately summons a newly tamed beast if you have enough spirit. Tempest Bell can be ancestrally boosted. Toxic Growth now fires 5 pustules, previously 4, with a limit of 5 pustules, previously 12. Quality now grants fire plus 1 pustule limit and... okay, whatever. Thrashing Vines, updated description to clarify how frequently it spawns vines. This is not a functional change. Time of Need, the interval between blessings is now cooldown. Pretty good. Time of Need is going to be super good. It was already good. But now that you can make it much more frequent, it's going to be super strong. Volcano now has a base critical hit chance of 8%, previously 5%. Still trash. I don't know why they decided to make Volcano a channeling skill. Like, it should have been just a regular spell, so you can actually support it with, like, spell totems. Okay, Unleash, Expand, Salvo, and Freezing Salvo support are all now use the same concept of seals instead of each having their own version. This means standardized rules for seals will be consistent for all cases, resulted in the same behavior changes. Makes sense. Freezing Salvo and Salvo support previously had an extra restriction that the relevant skill could not gain seals while you were performing the skill. This is no longer the case, bringing them into consistency. Advancing Storm can now support any Storm skill under any conditions, rather than only spells that you use yourself. I mean, this support wasn't too good anyway. Arion's Medal now grants 10%, 25% to load a bolt into all crossbow skills on dealing damage with Killing Blow with support skills. At Serious Impatience can no longer support persistent skills. Because it's a limit skill. Yeah, also, why did... Like, everything about that skill is just poorly designed, in my opinion. Like, the duration is fine. The interaction with the slams is fine. But making it a channeling and making it a limit is... I guess the limit has to be there for balance. But I really think the channeling thing was very silly. It just made it feel bad. Batter's Vengeance. When you freeze a target with supported skills, for each 2 rage you have, you and all allies in your presence gain 1% damage as called. Previously for 1 rage. So now it's for every 2, so it's half of what it was before. It's still strong. No longer has a combo, count low support skills. Corrupting Cry, so instead of the cry inflicting corrupted blood, it triggers a skill that inflicts corrupted blood. Well, I don't really know how this changes how it's going to scale. It might be able to scale with trigger things right now. The Alice Desire was nerfed. Yeah, I don't really understand what. I suppose this is a mechanical change that allows them to maybe change how you built into them. Because if you think about it, right now the way you would scale Corrupting Cry is by getting like modifiers to Warcry damage. Which aren't many of them. There you go. Increased damage, so regular damage, and there is one here that damage with Warcry. This is one of the only ways in which you could increase the damage of the Corrupting Cry and getting Warcry damage on the jewels. But if it's a triggered skill now, and that trigger skill has different tags, then you can increase the damage through other means. You know, damage over time and stuff. So maybe the triggered skill has a damage over time tag, and then suddenly you can go into damage over time nodes. Doidris Undoing no longer causes cursed ground created by supported skill to become hazards. Now causes cursed ground created by supported skill to spawn witch toads at interval which seeks enemies that explode, dealing chaos damage. Okay, I guess. So they nerfed Infernal Legion. Okay, I guess. And Infernal Legion 3 can no longer be obtained. What did Infernal Legion 3 did? I didn't even know there was an Infernal Legion 3. %30% more damage taken, basically. Living Lightning no longer replaces minion when summoning a new one, while already at maximum number of minions. Morgana's Tempest can now support any storm skill under any conditions, rather than... Morgana's Tempest was also kind of terrible. Pacuate's Pact is now more viable to play with. Of course, this build is only something that you play on, what is this guy? The Warbringer. The Warbringer build. But now the gem is actually useful. This is what you mentioned, Zatsi. Rage can now support minions. Very good. It's going to be broken on the wolves course, right? Wolves with rage. Shock conduction has been removed. Static shocks updated description to clarify the triggers from shocking hits. Author's augury now grants +2 level support skill if exactly are modified. So nerf to Uthrid. Yeah, Wolf Splash, Wolf Rage. It's going to be nice to play companions. And I haven't played this once. Black Flame can no longer has enemies ignited by you take chaos damage instead of fire damage from ignite. It now has Withered. You inflict also increases fire damage taken. Ignite you inflict deals chaos damage instead of fire damage. And Wither does not expire on enemies ignited by you. Additionally, it now has 80% increase ignite magnitude and 6 to 75% reducing ignite duration on enemies. Ignite magnitude and duration modifiers can be updated. Okay. You'll be going for face breakers? Love to see that. I'd love to see that. A little bit of a nerf to Brass Dome. None of these are really interesting to me. Willwood gives skills, guidance. Okay, whatever. Rare and perfect currency has been made somewhat rarer. Oh, Soul Mantle. Soul Mantle unique body armor no longer has 20 to 30% reduced totem life. Instead now 75 spirits. Okay. Divine orbs are now more common. Corruption outcome that randomizes the numeric values of modifiers on an item beyond normal range now multiplies each modifier based on the current value instead of randomizing its value. Okay. Sanctifying an item now multiplies each modifier value based on the current value instead of randomizing values. Omen of Corruption can no longer be obtained. Martial weapons and flasks found in the campaign are now more likely to be found at the highest base stat available at that level. This is a very good change for the campaign. So they are buffing armor and evasion bases. For some reason they also felt the need to increase the energy shield values. I don't know why. But it is what it is. Magi now provides 7 to 10 maximum rage instead of 8 to 12. Where's the minion talisman upgrade? Oh, they're nerfing the levels on the. The perfect essence of battle now provides +0 levels to attack skills instead of +5. Body runes now provide more life. Good. More energy shield as well. Mind runes now grant 30 to 40% additional damage, additional mana. Also, since you play mana stacking, did you go the Eye of Chajula amulets? Or how were you dealing with stunts? Or you didn't go like MOM? Increase cross duration. Idol of Estra now goes 50% cost efficiency when socketed in a helmet. Mana recovery rate while your companion is in your presence when socketed in a scepter. Well, why would I want mana recovery rate? Now grants 15% increased damage for each companion in your presence when socketed into a scepter. The bonded modifier now grants 30% increased glory regeneration. So Idol of Gold into a scepter is going to be the play. Recover mana. Last charges per second. Yes. Idol of Ralkes grants 40% increased armor, evasion, and energy shield while a companion is in your presence when socketed into a scepter. This one is also good. Added chaos damage. Your idol now grants 10% increased area of effect when socketed into helmets. Increase evasion efficiency or companion skill when socketed into helmets. Oh, this is the bundle one. Increase accuracy rating when socketing the bundle modifier. Owl Idol now grants 12% increased cooldown recovery rate when socketed into focus. And allies in your presence have 10% increased cast speed, so more cooldown recovery rate. It's just 2% more. Allies in your presence deal 40% increased damage when socketed into a scepter. Light buff to the ones that existed before. This energy shield recharge with suffix modifiers can now roll on intelligence body armor. Okay, so they're shifting the power of the recharge rate in the passive tree to the gear to be dependent of the gear now. The calling strike threshold for normal enemies is now 35% instead of 30%. Monster leech resistance now starts at later level and values are lowered at every level. Essence monster packs are now affected by modifiers to pack size, as many spirits that are released from monsters now retain their power and empower all the spirits of the monster. They should make these assholes move faster. That is what they should do. Accessibility, increase the size of pop-ups. Dedicated keybind to perform a dodge roll, which will now not cause the player to sprint when held down. This keybind is unbound by default and must be manually assigned in. Awesome change. Hopefully it works with controller too. Enable a bunch of MTX. Whatever. Bug fixes. Okay, so it is almost safe to say that we're not gonna be having POB information anytime soon, right? But I'm sure something can be planned around playing the build. But we need the passives to see how the pathing would be done when attempting the companion build. All right, I'll be right back. Going to grab something dinner. right, I'm back.
The airship.
What are you? What are you guys? Are you guys playing anything on this interim period? Oh. Not even with VPN you can access them at the moment?
To wilt is also to be fragrant. In its own way.
Also, isn't a week a little bit of a short time to play an MMO?
A whole line of dwarves in rainbow vests just held hands and danced around me. Oh, wait, did I take the wrong...
Makes sense. Yeah, just something to kill time and then. For now. I had the idea to play Rogue Trader again. Yeah. By the way, I asked someone for a build code and they didn't send the build code to me. Dato. Dato. I'd like to see what are you doing with the character at the moment. Because 4K Ordrak is pretty much higher than any other Moto I've seen. At least any other minion-based Moto, that is. Betrayal. What betrayal? Oh yeah, I wanted to maybe do so I've been working in a couple of things in the past few days since, you know, the league is pretty much dwindling down already. I made a filter with Maven sounds, and I made an attempt at like a progression filter, but I haven't done any leveling to test how good the progression filter is. So I had this idea of maybe testing how early you can play minions with Sage. See how good her progression can be. And you know, if it's good at all, right?
Like someone we need working for the Oasis.
Yeah, but the thing is, I haven't really played Sage at all. Like in early game, I just did insta level her to. I didn't insta level her. I just did, you know, like Can you let me go, please? I just did twin gear, so that is not a really good gauge of progression on her. But I want to. I suppose I could do the run on her after the patch notes. So it's not something that I really have to put so much mind into it right now. So we do that in 2 months when we see what the changes are, and if they break her, then, you know, I didn't waste my time. But then again, I don't really have nothing else in mind that I want to be doing right now in TLI. I toyed with the idea of maybe looking at another character to like. Okay, so I did the following on Moto. I tested a few items. Yeah. That is exactly my thoughts right now. Like I don't really mind farming a little bit to see if I can test a few wonky setups. What I did come to a realization a couple of days ago, which is there are a couple of legendary items that one could use very early on Moto that are better than some other things. Look at this. So Elemental Whirl, I'm not sure about because I think this item is rare. And because of the kind of interaction it has with Dirty Tricks, I think it might be sought after. You got disappointed with Rival. Yeah, I definitely understand that. Yeah, for sure. So yeah, this... Yeah, I think this will be cheaper than Farewell Desire, which is enough for me. I'm not gonna pay 200 FE for Farewell Desire. This is not an SSF run. No, this is my original character that I just I removed the gear out of. And what I did is I left a few points unspent to simulate like a level 90 character. Or level like 93 character. And what I wanted to see is what are the uniques that has the most impact on progression? Or what are the items that you can get that will give you the most bang for your buck, like in an early league start? So the first thing is Mind Infusion is absolutely broken. It's I think even a -1 Mind Infusion is still pretty much better than anything else that you can have in that slot. Simply because you have to treat this armor and damage mitigation penetration as 1.3 times the value of that as additional damage. So 30 times 1.3. This is almost 40% additional damage. So even if you have a -1 here, this item is still giving you an insane amount of DPS that you cannot really obtain at this point, right? The only problem is that what I wanted to get into is, what if I'm the one doing the T8 rushing? Because you would buy this from someone that is already doing T8 for you to actually get into T8. But I want to be able to do T8 as fast as possible. I don't want to depend on buying Mind Infusion. I want to, you know, be able to farm it myself. Quantum Convergence is not really an option because it comes a little bit too late. Was the reason when I swapped to Belt, it wasn't that big of a boost in damage. Yeah, because Mind Infusion is very strong. So I sort of discovered this item, Corroded Heart. As long as you're doing any sort of elemental conversion, this item will give you a decent chunk of damage. 40% elemental resistance. Now, I tried this combination, and this combination seemed to be quite decent. Elemental Will with this thing. So for context, I'm of course doing ISO arms.
Please select the calibration intensity for invincibility number 2.
Keep in mind that I don't have slates right now, right? Those slates are missing. There's 100, right? Now I'm gonna equip a full T2 hammer with the... Of course, additional attack damage doesn't really apply to Green Phantom, so I have to do this with Spider Tanks. Spider Tanks are much better than Green Phantoms, and will probably be much better than modules for like the very early stages.
Please select the calibration intensity for invincibility number 2.
So this is the damage with the Elemental Whirl and the shield. It's like 200 billion. This thing, Forger's Small, has this is a full T2 hammer. I'm gonna leave Spell Lamp because I did Spell Lamp on the previous test, but you know, it's whatever. So this is almost The unique combination is almost as good as this full tier 2. If I would say it's more consistently better, the uniques. So I think this is a very early, a very nice early game option. Before you get into like your T1 crafting, and then after this, like you can do like a tier 1 hammer, and it might be as good as like with I think this shield is very good. This minus 40 elemental and erosion resistance. The shield is not that common. Yeah, that is what I would have to see like during a league start scenario. If the shield is difficult to source, the other option is always this twisted branch with a scepter. This is also a very good combination to use like super early before you get like your full T2 item.
Number 2.
Have these two level 6 and Preserver. I do have Kismets on this character. Well, not... Yeah, I do have Kismets on this character, so it's kind of misleading, right? Right now. It's difficult to simulate properly. But... I don't have slates. I don't have slates, and you would even have blue slates, which will give you damage, and I have purple memories. I don't know what C6 means, but level 6 I suppose you mean. This like the level 6 just increases the effect. It's kind of trash. 20% minutes like a cast speed for 4 seconds when they deal double damage, and 4% additional minion damage. The chance to deal double damage is kind of good, but you know I don't think this speed is too broken. It's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. This is another one of the reasons why I'm really keen into swapping to Sage. Because the Elixir pet, which by the way I pulled to level 5, the level 6 Elixir pet effect is super good. This one. 1.5% heal effect for each Elixir that you have used recently. So it will give you more speed. Mechanical Throne, yeah, it's decent for Moto 2, but it's also not crazy good. No, that was not streamer RNG. That was whaling. Oh, this item as well, Glacial Abyss Arrow, but I fear Glacial Abyss Arrow is very rare. It's the same reason why I never plan for Decayed Mind. Decayed Mind is super good, but this comes from God of Machines, which not many people do early for good reason, because there's no reason to do God of Machines early. So this item is nowhere to be seen in like the first 3 days of the league. So you cannot really plan on this. The sad conclusion that I have to say that I reached is that I don't think Moto can really get I don't think synthetic troops can get ahead of the curve into like getting to T8 farming too fast. Like for me to even begin to start scaling to acceptable levels, I will need like a false god, like a double attribute false god at least. I will need probably multi-strike helmets. I will need quantum convergence, and I will need. And I already have these boots here. So all of those are items that people that are already farming T8 are gonna source for you, which means you're gonna be left behind, right? Yeah. There's no way around it. You're not gonna be getting ahead with this character. Not strong enough. Kinda. Yeah, the push to profound was kinda tough. But for me, I didn't buy Mind Infusion early. I did get Quantum Convergence. I feel like if I had done the multi-strike shenanigans earlier, I could have scaled the damage a little bit faster. Yep, agreed. I'm not sure if it's a profound item. It comes from the Clockwork boss, which... Silverwing Dansus. Exclusive drops. So I don't know, it might be T8 plus. Yeah, you're relying on people farming fucking Clockwork. People are gonna farm Clockwork. It's easy to check. You have to spawn the boss, which will take a few runs to make. And item level on trade. Level 90, 89, 87. Oh no, never mind. That is Alloy Covenant. Let's see, Quantum. Okay, is there anything lower than 88, 89? No. 89 plus. That's profound plus. Okay, so even worse, right? You rely on someone already farming profound for you to be able to get yourself into profound. Like there are the items that I know are are quite strong is this thing. So, helmets, you know, Fiend Crown and Iron and Bloom. I think Iron and Bloom is better, and getting into multi-strike is going to still be the play, in my opinion. So, unless you get like a super early Machine Lord. Like if you get extremely lucky, but this is also a T8 plus item. Let me see what's the item level of this. This should be a T8 item. Yeah. Yeah, this is actually a T8 item. 87. So yeah, helmet is already set in stone. It's going to be either Fiend Crown or Machine or this thing. Iron. Void Embankment is super good, but it's very difficult to source early on. It's very expensive. Like Void Embankment, Martyr stuff is super good. It's very expensive. What I maybe thought about is this one, in previous verdict. No, this one. Agony of Lost Self has +3 main skill level. Martyr was more expensive than Corrupted Bulwark. I have to step away for a second. Okay, I'm back. Yep. I was muted. So, the thing that I wanted to get at is that I might be thinking about starting League Start progression with another character. And then, maybe, depending on how the League Start went, I might then pivot to the minion character. Either that be Sage or another one. But after I already have the pieces, so I don't get left behind on the progression too much. It feels very bad that what you can source through crafting and through the time mark that you're at isn't enough to take you to the next time mark that you want to be at. I find that to be quite annoying.
Smells like a spilled bottle of the worst perfume imaginable.
I have thought about it. Didn't I tell you that I think the minion character is going to be the next one? Although, I'll be inclined to think they will be adding a third Iris rather than a second Moto. Simply because I know they don't like Moto, so if they add a third Moto, it's going to be bad. So they're going to make it an Iris, and it's going to make it focus on modules. They're gonna get like an early game module or something. Like the Agito, you're gonna kill the Agito Punisher, and you're gonna drop the Agito Punisher for that character or something. I'll play it. I mean, I played Moto this season, and he's arguably not the best character in the game. So, a character being bad does not deter me from playing it. But, okay, here's the thing. If they don't add, if the new character isn't a minion character, I'm not gonna league start it.
Let's see what kind of reactions we can get.
I'm not gonna league start minions. I'm gonna league start something else, and then farm the items for the minion build.
Paralysis. Like Master Yuga says, this is the perfect blend of science.
What about Carino 1? Why are you baiting me? Bad characters, yes. But the thing about Moto is that Moto is bad, but at least he's automatic, right? At least he's running. At least you don't have to put input into the character, be it bad. Carino, though. Carino is bad, and it's a manual casting character. And yeah, there is a build on Carino 1 that is better than Moto 1 at the moment.
And you'll be a part of the Oasis.
Yeah, but it's because he can exploit Chromatic Shot. Chromatic Shot is broken. Doesn't mean that he's better. Like everyone did Chromatic Shot. Same thing on Carino 2. That's why Carino 2 has more clears on hardcore. The event is not available here anymore. I cannot see it. I am What am I doing to myself? Contradicting?
Let's see what kind of reactions.
Fucking dream. I mean, kinda yes, but no. Because when that skill inevitably gets nerfed, which will happen, then he's back at being a trash character.
It's a special blend I whipped up just for you.
Yeah, but if the power of the character is carried by a skill being broken,
Blossom.
is that a virtue of the skill or a virtue of the character? Like, he's not adding much to it. He's adding more than, like, Moto will do if you play Chromatic Shot on Moto, but it's not like he's doing much to push the skill further.
Do you smell something funny?
The departing moon carries the memory of those who loved you and let you go. Welcome to Cloud Oasis. Hey, lighten up.
You're overestimating how good the Carino traits are. On paper, yeah, you're getting more damage. On practice, you almost never had that buff because Magic Shot is a retarded mechanic.
Again. You are just one of those thick, endless, annoying textures.
Yeah, then you agree with me. Why are we... What are we discussing then?
Light and shadow can deceive the eyes, but a scent never tells a lie.
Yeah. You do get something at least.
Shine bright.
Although, did you... So, first of all, I would like to know if what this guy said in the video is true. Let me show you. I linked this earlier. Last week, I think. Also, I don't really know how people do SS21. That fight is so fucking terrible. So this guy, look at this. I don't know if he actually shows the gear in the kill. Moto needs more than that. Or it's both things. Synthetic troops need to be better, and the hero trace needs to be better. They need to stop giving him bad reworks disguised as buffs. Like, I really wanted the whole manually resummon your minions every 6 seconds to be good. But it turned out to be clunky as fuck and also bad. You cannot have them both. Like, if you're gonna make something annoying to play, it has to be overpowered as shit. But they made it just decent, and you have to compromise on your playstyle a lot. So that is not well designed. Okay, so long story short, this guy actually clears the fight, but I don't know if he shows the gear. But the claim was that he didn't even have priceless gear. Okay, there's the switching for the calling. Yeah, he doesn't show the gear here, sadly. But if he actually did that on no priceless gear, then I think that's quite impressive for a Carino one. Yeah, I also tried it. And yeah, it was unplayable. It was fucking unplayable. And yeah, you don't even get more damage than the other traits right with it. As far as I could tell, you don't really get more damage. And the big issue about all of this is that you have like every content creator, at least Western. I don't know. Of course, I don't know how it's in China, but they are still convinced that Moto 1 got buffed.
Who wants to be our first test subject?
And I always tell them no. There were no buffs, no true buffs to Moto. Yes, they buffed the minion items, some of them, but directly Moto didn't really become any better than what he was previous seasons. If only maybe I had that guy on collection, didn't I? Who's this? Or Candler. Oh yeah, not having to do the immunity slates was a huge thing. That is fair. That is fair.
But since we're humans with a recipe to finish,
But
better get some sleep.
But if you think about it, that is making something that is absolutely terrible to play with, making it decent to play with.
Like that.
That is not really giving your character much power.
Every ounce of you. I mean, I'll maximize your potential.
It's like the whole Iris 1 increased damage taken. Like they might at some point remove that, and I wouldn't really consider that an Iris 1 buff. Because they will have to do something more with the trait, right? They'll have to add it something else
Some of us are just meant to be the fertilizer.
on top of not making you take increased damage. Like that is removing something that is objectively bad and making it just on par with something else. Yeah, Magus got better buffs than synthetic troops this season.
Smell something funny?
Even if Iron Nest was a huge win. Iron Nest was a massive win. I originally intended to make like a summary build, like a summary video on the minion changes, at least from the perspective of synthetic troops, because I haven't really played Spirit Magus, and I don't think I will anymore. But at this point, the traffic on the videos pretty much went to shit. So I'm not really motivated to make any more videos. At least not for this season.
This variable's too volatile. Let's remove it from the test group and move on.
I don't know. It was such a crazy dip that it's kind of hard to understand what went wrong with that. I know this game doesn't have huge numbers, and a small channel then would, in consequence, have small numbers. But even like second month videos on like previous seasons always stayed like above 1,000 views at least. Even, you know, even after the season had gone for a while, you still would be able to pull off like 1,000 views. But the last like 3 videos I made didn't even make it to 1,000 views. Yeah, maybe it just died too fast this time around. And also, I'm not playing like the meta character, which means that, you know, it's even less traffic that is going to be drawn to those. And I refuse to do farming videos because I think they are incredibly misleading. No shade to anyone that does them, but I find very difficult to make farming videos that are like truthful. Yeah, it also doesn't help that D4 launched so close to it. Because even if D4 is trash in the eyes of someone that is actually a gamer, you know, a lot of people still like it. And once you go to it, most people are not gonna return. Like Fobgun likes TLI a lot, but he didn't return to TLI after playing D4.
Nobody keeps their arrogance after a dose like that.
Like, if POE 2 would have launched, like, on week 2, this game would have, like, it would have died much more faster.
Who wants to be our first test subject?
The victorious play.
I would only return if I haven't done Supreme Showdown. But in general, once I stopped being in the flow of playing a game, I just completely lose. I become kind of disinterested completely until like the next content drop. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty much the same for me.
This variable's too volatile. Let's remove it from the test group and move on.
Even like I thought I could do something like joining late in the season. I cannot join late to a season. During the Overwhelm season, I was traveling. And I thought, so the season launched in October. I traveled the whole month of October. I only came back to the country like early November. But two things happened, which is, well, the season was already a month old. And POE 1 season launched like 1 day before I returned. So I basically did a whole skip, did a complete skip of that season. But even if POE 1 didn't launch, I tried playing for a little bit, like on a late start. I don't really like late starts. I feel like one of the things I like the most is the rush of the early league. And missing out on that, it kind of defeats the purpose.
True strength never sits on a throne. It is in the roots of the very plants you trample underfoot. Wait, do you smell something funny?
Yeah, and if it wasn't like a major Diablo 4 release. Like if it was just like a season of Diablo instead of like an expansion, then probably it would have been much less the effect of it.
A chord. Voices from a century away.
But you know they know if they are feeling like retention is falling below their acceptance level, they will do something about it. I think pre-season events would be kind of nice to have.
This variable's too volatile. Let's remove it from the test group and move on.
Yeah, that's the thing about Blizzard, right? They have infinite money, infinite budget, which it'll always make me mad that with their infinite budget they cannot make an actually good game.
Not everyone can be a blacksmith. Some
Like they probably have the highest budgets of any ARPG, and their game is still trash. But some people insist on defending it for some reason, or defending Blizzard for some reason. I don't get it.
I thought you had some natural drug resistance, but apparently not.
Maybe I should make myself an actual melee weapon to play with these guys.
Light and shadow can deceive the eyes, but a
Only like 10,000 FE,
lie.
so...
The wilt is also to be fragrant, in its own bitter way.
Lord of the Lost. I may have heard something from them at some point. Let's hear some of them. What's their flagship song? Relay. Maybe this is a good time to remember that I need to figure out how to set up a song request. Yeah. No, that's the whole purpose of it. We'll make it more dynamic and stuff. The thing is that I've seen some song requests setups with with Spotify, but I don't use Spotify. Yeah, I use YouTube. Okay, I found a video on how to set. Tardigrade Inferno. Let's see how this works. Currently, I have it somewhat enabled already. I don't get about all of this is where am I supposed to be playing the music? I kind of have it set it up, but mostly just add something to a queue, but yeah, sure, read it. But it I need. Bear with me. Bear with me. Um, custom browser doc, a request. Have this page. You can get the same page. Make sure you have the media shirt with. That's for the video. And now I think I have to make this it source of the music instead of. Okay, try requesting something. See what happens. SR. The same way I did it with the command. SR and then the name of the song you want. Yeah, it's there. Prompts for approval though, but there. Uh, now now what I need to figure out is how to play it. The hell is that fucking volume? How the fuck am I supposed to play? But that is not. I can. Browsers. Oh, browsers. It's unlisted. OB. I hear it through this. Yeah, but it comes out as desktop audio. I don't want to have it as. Was a way to make it with the tab that I was using. I need to find the. Okay, so in theory, if I come here, I click. Kinda coming from both. I want. Okay, I think now I can send it through. That would work. I need to. End this song, right? Let me know how the volume is. It's too loud or okay. Well, you know what I mean. Great. Okay, see, why is it pausing? Oh yeah, I don't want to do any of this. I just don't want to have my browser source because that means I cannot mute things like Discords and stuff. I need to figure out how to send it to another source. Now what I need to do is I need to set up a playlist. Why is it fucking pausing? Why? Now you need to keep requesting songs. It's your duty. Some point the queue stops. There should be a default. Now it you go. Okay, I see. Might load at some point.
Let's see what kind of reactions we can get.
Any minute now.
A top note of dizziness, a middle note of sickness, and a base note of permanent paralysis.
What happened?
Oh, my golden ticket! Guess I'll be able to scrap this thing. Every inch it rises, the world dissolves until we're submerged in the velvet sky. Shine, shine bright.
Mm-hmm.
The airship is ready. Shall we review the work at the oasis now?
What note does yours have?
Traveler, please bring back the glories that exist in our memories of the past. Clear away the haze to reveal the truth of the era of the Six Gods.
Who wants to be our first test subject? Not again. You are just like those thick, endless, annoying...
A rare talent! Oh, my golden ticket! Guess I'll be able to scrap
On
that?
ring.
A rare golden ratio.
It is exactly a Q, yes.
Shine bright.
I just need to approve it when you submit the request. At least for now.
Not everyone can be a tennis now, though.
I'll see if there is an option to like auto approve maybe. See, it says pending queue. So I have to come here and do approve. Allows you to request another one. And another one.
Time for a little field research. Oops, the painkillers are gone.
It's too long. How long it is? Has to be less than 7 minutes, I think. Let me increase this from my longer song. But try again. Try again. Hell, am I supposed to control the volume of this? Only music is accepted, so it's not considering that to be a music? Huh? Let me remove the link. There you go. What the fuck? I don't know, you tell me. Try searching for the exact link.
Light and shadow can deceive the eyes, but a scent never tells a lie.
Hey, that's more like it. So I take it I remove the previous one. Yeah, there's also a skip feature, so it needs 3 bolts to be skipped.
Not again. You are just like those thick and
Ah.
annoying textbooks.
Or I want to lower the volume for me while keeping it the same in the stream because I cannot hear shit. Oh, I know what I'll do. Have to go to the dashboard. fucking volume thing, like it pops up, but I cannot click it. I cannot really lower or increase volume. Oh, I know. There you go, there you go. Got it. Sure. Yeah.
Nobody keeps their arrogance after a dose like that.
I don't know if it can take a playlist though. The next thing is I need to figure out how to make that submittable through points. To control the chaos a little bit.
True strength never sits on a throne. It is in the roots of the very plants you trample on. Wait, do you smell something funny? A top note of dizziness, a middle note of sickness, and a base note of permanent paralysis.
Shine bright. I plan to explore every ounce of your... I mean, maximize your potential.
Oops, painkillers are gone. You don't mind a little raw science, do you? Like Master Yuga says, this is the...
Fuck. No, nothing's coming through. Although it says there are 7 videos in the queue, but I can't see them.
Who wants to be our first test subject? No bottle of the worst perfume imaginable.
Sign this labor contract, and you'll be a popular away. A rare talent! Oh, my golden ticket! Guess I'll be able to scrap this stingy card and replace it with one. Let's go!
A top note of dizziness, a middle note...
Shine bright.
Yeah, I think the only thing I want to do right now in TLI is I want to refine the league start filter a little bit. And I'm pretty much done with the season. I don't think I'm making like another endgame character. So to test my league start theory, I'm gonna level. I'm a little bit indecisive between C1 and C2. But I'm kind of sold in either of those. I know Moto 2 is gonna be as
You have
expensive to
start
get
with a
to
class that
profound,
meets experimental standards.
so it's not really an option.
What kind of fragrance
Sage, we don't know. She might get nerfed to the ground. But Sage should be nice still, even if she gets nerfed, because I can just play whatever, right? I don't need to play minions on her. And that means that when I want to transition, I don't need to level another character. I can just get the gear and swap the build at like level 90. Or like 95 or something. So maybe I should practice with her. With something that isn't Chromatic Shot, which I'm like 99% sure is going to be nerfed. Although it might still be the best thing on her, because I don't know what her skills are during the campaign.
If you want to make the perfect recipe,
What are your
you will
thoughts?
practice what kind of fragrance note does yours have, I wonder?
For honor, for justice, and for the glory of the Herman family.
No video found. Yep, single request only. Is something else? I want to have the filter ready. And during like league start season, makes you sad right now. Well, I'm not really keen on POE 2 yet until the actual thing comes out. And like yeah, no, cause you like right now it doesn't really feel like much because I'm like the hype is coming down, right? Like the willingness to play is down. But during like the teaser season, I don't want to play with anything current because I know the game is going to change. So I don't want to experience the game as it is in the current patch. I want to experience the next patch, which is going to be coming, you know, in like a week. So I don't really. I know I'm not gonna do a practice run then, and this is not really a practice run. I just want to see how the filter performs. So I'm just gonna do a little bit on this, see how it displays in different stages, how he seems to progress,
Finally awake.
or what are the skills. And, you know, if Chromatic Shot doesn't get nerfed, then I already know how to play that one. That is very straightforward to build.
The amber here is spreading again because of the amberons.
So the thing bugged out because I don't really see any requests. Sometimes you kill the crab first, sometimes you kill it last.
Partner, let's go. It's time to take out all these intruders.
I do last time to unlock this. That says 3 videos on queue, but I don't see which the are. Okay, there you go. There you go. No, no, it's. Oh, this is the previously. Fucked.
I'm here on leave. The Chosen's orders to take the star.
You were behind all of this.
Have you ever played Detroit Become Human? That is what I'm going to play in next week's in YouTube.
Liv, the aim don't. We'll go. Lean fled toward the ancient tunnel.
It's an awesome game.
People
And yeah, this shit broke.
sacrificed themselves to stop Lean.
Let me try to put some.
Aim.
I can unlock it. I don't like that game genre. It's playing in 2 locations at the same time. But it's broken. Yeah, I don't know what happened to the queue. Just got moved. You don't like that game genre. It is the first time I played a game like that. Very cinematic. But I do like the story of it.
Your pursuit will come through. Enjoy this world without its spark. Another great step. Look the ember growing beneath your feet. This is the true nature of the world.
What I can tell from this guy is that you don't go into attack speed at all early game. You just go for damage. Okay, what kind of games do you play between ARPG seasons? I think you said that you just chill in the time being, right? You don't.
Some time.
Eerie light is coming.
What's an example of a CRPG?
Said that it is an omen of
You never chill. Ah, Baldur's Gate. Gotcha.
You just won't give up, but only destruction awaits.
The cannon fire.
One of my favorite games ever. Like,
I know there are ancient
after Path of Exile, the game I have most time played is Europa Universalis 4. I have... Oh, I thought I had many more hours, actually. Oh no, Torchlight Infinite is already more than POE. MMOs are indeed a dead genre right now, yeah. The last one I played was Throne and Liberty. I don't think it was too bad.
These goblins were killed by the Agutos before they could even escape.
Read Veil.
Maybe we can save. I hear fighting ahead.
I always have the same problem with MMOs, which is I kind of get bored of it too fast. And it's because I don't really like to feel like I have to do chores when playing games, and MMOs always make me feel like I'm doing chores, like I acquired a second job.
Off the bridge. But repairing a wooden bridge is nothing for a qualified dwarf.
We'll do the example of Throne and Liberty. I got into like a hardcore PvP guild because in my head, like, you have two options when playing that game. Like, you either super chill and do things like fishing, and you don't engage in like group content at all, but if you want to engage in group content, you cannot join a casual group because it's the same as not engaging in group content at all.
Broken bridge could stop
Because, you know, a casual group will not be able to really advance too much in group content. So you need to find a group that is somewhat dedicated. But that also leads to a situation in which, because you don't want to let down the group, your playtime is reserved to playing with the group. Like, pretty much every time I'm logging in, I'm doing something with the group. Like either we're doing like PvP invasions, or we're doing like arenas, or we're doing you know, daily dungeons for gearing. But after gearing is done, it's just full PvP. And then I feel like I'm no longer playing the game. I'm like logging into a second job.
Are you?
And I kind of get why, like, World of Warcraft has been engaging into more, adding more like casual mechanics because of probably that exact same thing.
Louder! Help me! The anti-dragon bulwark! It's
Yeah, but then you understand, right, that like playing a game that is meant to be multiplayer as solo is, I mean, yeah, they make them that way now. So it's possible, but why not do something else then? That is what I always end up concluding. Like, I might as well just play a single player game if all I care is like my solo experience.
the remains of a bulwark cannon! Help me! That thing can even take out a dragon!
Calm down.
What then? What then indeed?
Even if it can.
I don't know.
Oh my goodness! The bulwark cannons! They've come to life too!
Partner.
This is why I pretty much always have like a small downtime of no gains at all.
We've destroyed the turret. We did it, partner.
You guys are even more fearsome than dragons.
Because like if I'm not really super excited to log in, then why am I logging in at all?
The
Then I
bombardments
just try to do something else.
Are we really not gonna run?
Yeah, no. I'm telling you my viewpoint of it. Like I'm not really trying to invalidate yours, or make you or convince you that I'm correct.
We should run!
The hideout.
It's just the way I see it.
Turn back. Now, only the cannons at the core area remain. I can hear deafening cannon fire, partner. If
I think it's that, right? Is that
you, our homes
Um,
are behind us. There's
yeah, with ARPGs you're not really limited to daily dungeons and shit. Like if you want to go hard, you go hard.
The torch will go out.
Like if you're feeling like grinding for 16 hours, you can just do that. You don't have to. Oh, I need to wait for daily reset. Fuck that. But also, the thing that most MMOs no longer have is like that feeling of character building. That, for instance, CRPGs do have, right? To an extent.
Time, we dwarves defeated countless dragons, and their remains formed this wasteland.
land. Painful memories of the dragon still linger here. Shine bright.
Also, like I don't know how social you were before when playing MMORPGs,
The dragon's blood and
but I used to be very much into, like, I would be hanging out all day long with like,
has been able to
back then it would be on TeamSpeak with the people I will be playing the game with. So even if we were not doing like group content, we'll be there, and then like some people will be fishing, some people will be like doing professions or something. So it kind of gave you that same feeling of like the 24/7 grind. Because of that, right? But nowadays, like after a while, you just kind of get tired of you know, you just want to have a little bit of quiet, you know, just farm in silence, maybe.
Protect you forever.
Boo! You lying hypocrite!
Next time.
Mobile games killed MMOs for you. Why?
Are these monsters formed from the bones of dragons, too?
I'm having another episode of Dragon Phobia. Heroes, protect me!
Well done, partner. Let's go deeper.
Favored one of the 6 gods, may you inherit the glory of the past.
I can hear the heartbeat of the mountains. We're getting close.
Weekly daily quests, auto battling, this gameplay.
If I ever mutate, please let me die a human.
Yeah, I understand.
No, I will never let you die.
It also has a little bit to do with what I said before, that the daily limit kind of sets a bar for, like, you know, to divide casual players from other kinds of players, right? And if I'm a casual player, I would like to have a very tangible set of goals that I can fulfill, like, weekly, let's say. Instead of feeling like I need to log in every day for, you know, for 16 hours. Double-edged sword? What makes it a double-edged sword? Or project damage. This is something that I like about Throne and Liberty. It is that their limit wasn't really daily. It was more of a weekly limit.
Let me prove it to you.
Like you could skip, you could play like 4 days a week, and you will still, like, be uncapped on your resources.
More like real dragons.
So it didn't feel like you literally had to log in every single day. But yeah, the time thing was there, and that is very annoying.
Here, see the kingdom's entrance. Yes, this is it.
Yeah, especially for things like world bosses. So you had the world boss spawn at a set time every week, like every, I don't know, Tuesday and Thursday. So you know that
Leads straight to the
if you miss the weekly boss,
I remember this
you
mine.
just lost a lot of progression.
But why are
So you don't want to miss the weekly boss.
And I even see lumps of ember crystals in them.
But that fits into the whole. Okay, is this fun or is this work?
Oh, brother. What are you planning?
Violence is not the answer to all, but it is the answer to your sins.
my goodness! They sent a huge trog to guard this place. My brother has gone mad.
Yeah.
Oh. This is King's Course. There are no shortcuts left from here on out.
Because basically every single game right now is the same
Travel to the heart of the kingdom.
energy system bullshit.
Traps.
We must figure out your brother's plans first. Like, what is he planning to do with the spark?
You're right. We should ask someone. A dwarf hunting me down with trogs? My Magnus Razor.
You over there, please. Wait a minute. Thank the Holy Spirit.
Yep.
Finally. Creature I think I can communicate with.
Yeah, and another thing that ARPG does better, in my opinion, is to give you goals. Like, even if you're not playing for challenges, like in Path of Exile, you can say you make a build, and your goal for this build is to kill, I don't know, 5 out of 7 Ubers. Then you do that, and you say, okay, do I make another build, or is that enough for me this season? Then you can just go do something else, right?
The perfection of these automatons is daunting. Is he already able to mass produce them? We're here. The capital of the Dwarven Kingdom. The heart of Kasan. Kasan was the first king of the Dwarven Kingdom.
I think just the whole seasonal approach is very appealing. Because it's not only like the economy restarting, it's some things becoming better and some things becoming worse. Like, you're not forced to experience the same sort of progression. Like, the gameplay is the same, right? But if they nerf to the ground the previous skills, then you have to find something else, right? And vice versa. If they buff something, you want to figure out like how good the buff actually. You have a reason to actually log in. Well, being a melee player in POE is like being a minion player in TLI.
I have never been able to understand each other. In the end, we ended up on very different paths. If there's still a chance, I want to talk to him. Maybe he'd stop being...
Spark!
Well, it's because they like the gameplay. It's the same reason I play fucking Moto. Yeah, he's shit, but you know, I like playing minions. Some people just like to eat shit. That's a little bit extreme, maybe. I mean, I'm sure there's all kinds of fetishes.
As far as I go, never surrender to the evil.
Hey, maybe I shouldn't be using this. mean, it wasn't that bad.
I'm not.
Brother! Please.
The Dwarf King's voice gradually fades with his body.
We should continue forward, partner. We must.
Imagine actually learning from your mistakes.
I'm not coming with you.
Sound insane right now.
Take care. That was no easy battle. You don't look very well.
I'll need some time.
Yeah, but to be honest, I also stopped playing Moto for like 4 seasons because he was shit. Okay, yeah, each is be kind of dumb. That is true.
It's done. As expected of Torchlight.
You're really. Come see me once you're ready.
So funny that they created that whole class to... They create a whole class of skills just to give you one of the most terrible like regular AI of synthetic troops is so good. Like compared to like D4 minion AI is completely terrible. POE has some AI issues with some monsters, some minions. Don't get me started in like Last Epoch. Last Epoch is terrible in terms of minion AI. All things considered, synthetic troops are quite good. Spirit Magi are better in like every single thing they do is better than synthetic troops, but at least the AI of synthetic troops was good. But the modules AI is very stupid compared to like the base ones.
It's shaking. Something is below us. Look, a survivor.
Going to start companions because they might be stupid. Were they dumb? I didn't even play with many of them as like main damage dealers.
Pest carcasses are everywhere. Live. But the aim.
Aria, besides, Lean and I still have a score to settle.
I hope this is the right path forward. Another great step forward.
But the wolves do leap with you when you leap, don't they?
Is your body still holding up?
I thought they did.
It's your honor to be judged by a member.
Maybe I need to do an actual practice run before I make a mistake on my league start. I don't want to have a very bad league start. Oh, not in PoE 2? They don't leap with you? Okay, this skill is much more better than lightning shot. What the hell? How did I die?
Looks like you're not going to make it.
Is that actually a good build?
He wanted a way that could truly save him.
Becoming an Agito? Ridiculous.
So I will never forget Lean. Even though he was once my crow.
I always know better than to play a fob gun build, simply because I don't like playing something that is figured out. You know, I like to suffer. I need suffering in my RPG.
The might of justice grows. Violence is not the answer to all, but it is the answer to your sins. I'll need some time.
By the way, I don't think they changed anything on the bear, right? Or the wolves, for that matter. Bear was kind of good. Actually, quite good. And wolf was better later.
Your reign of evil ends here.
You're gonna do a Gremlin Legionnaire.
Enough left.
I just hope if we get gem information before, an educated guess could be made on that character. They're gonna have to get a Dialas then. And I think they modified Dialas to give 5% of quality now instead of 10%. So it seems they are anticipating that it's going to be broken, at least in their eyes. It is stupid. They should allow it to be broken for a while.
There's no use in doing this. Amber has devoured everything inside my body. You can't save her.
No. As long as there's a glimmer of hope, even if I have to give my life.
Too late. You shouldn't be soft on your enemy.
Yeah, seems a bit silly. It's quite silly, actually.
Remember it now. And live of torchlight! Kneel, servants of Amber.
Look out! We're Everon! Live! We can overcome it! Just as usual! Watch out! More Everons incoming!
The only explanation for that to be reasonable is if the qualities are actually broken. And then they don't want you to scale them too high because their baseline power is already high. But, you know, I have reasonable doubts about that being the case.
I'm fine. This is what.
I don't really think it's going to be that broken.
I've heard what happened to Liv.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, and the fireball quality was kind of boring when you consider that there is already a support that does that.
When you get to the church. Go for it. You're the best.
Was it 50% quality that they had?
There are more and more agatars.
That makes it kind of shit then, right? Take a look at that. Let's see the Gremlin Legionnaire. Oh, have you seen this guy? See this video. Activity 0 best predict. That are primed for spells are themselves always primed for stun. They can be cold and hits against always crit. Huh. These few lines at the end enable a lot of supports to be used with them to enable certain mechanics. Attach an ethereal bell to your back. Critical hits and others with other skills will cause the bell to ring out, damaging nearby enemy. Shockwave. That's a lot of damage. Oh. Meditating bear will be bunking. Present suppressing chance power to gain mana. Facing an enemy up to 30. mountain teachings, or when you use or sustain an attack. So, are you gonna try this with face breakers? This guy with face breakers seems interesting. What? Gloves you equip have their base type transform into Fist of Stone while equipped, and their explicit modifiers are transformed into more powerful related modifiers. With face breakers. Oh damn, I couldn't. Let me see the others. This sounds. 50% more global evasion and energy shield. Attacks gain 30% of damage extra physical. Less damage taken on low life. Plus 2 maximum cold res. What the fuck? 21% cooldown. What the fuck? But what determines what you get when you equip them? Random? Or does it? Okay, because this had life. The cold resistance got changed. Okay. Okay, so the basic attack damage got transformed into damage as extra physical. The life seems got converted into damage taken while on low life. The increased evasion got transformed into more evasion. And I think this maximum cold and cold resistance, this is the same mod. But where does the cooldown recovery rate come from? The stat probably? The intelligence got transformed into cooldown recovery rate then? Yeah, more powerful related modifiers. More mana, plus 2 level to melee skills, strength, and chance to gain Arcane Surge on crit. Evasion rating, so it used to be armor, now it's evasion. More attack damage of no mana instead of maximum mana. The plus 1 got transformed into the plus 2 got transformed into plus 1. I don't know about that. Just to gain a power charge on critical hit, 10%. So probably is this hybrid mod. Plus 1 level with quality. And then increase area of effect of attacks. Couldn't even see what. Get Hollow Palm here. So Hoa gets transformed into area effect per intelligence and cold damage to attacks per 20 dex. What's the original Hoa? So the original is 1 attack per 20 dex, 1 increased attack per 20 dex. This is giving you flat cold per dex instead. And the intelligence is scaling the area of effect. And you're getting percentage int and dex instead of flat. Or is this percentage as well? It's originally flat, right? Yeah. So flat becomes percentage. Okay, this is kind of cool. This is super cool. Oh, I really, really want to see what face breakers look like on them. Onslaught on fucking... Onslaught on hit. Onslaught on hit. Yeah. They're gonna have a ton of defense from that. That force melee attack skill support skills gain combo when you successfully strike enemies with other melee attacks. Support skills set their combo on use, dealing more damage. And then Ailey's Chime, surpassing chance to gain a power charge when spending combo with 4 skills per combo expended. This looks very cool. It looks more it looks cooler than the minion thing. And you know, I haven't really played Monk at all. But I know is the actual good melee build in the game. Okay, I might reconsider my league starting setup. The good thing is that if you really goofed your league start to the point where you feel like the class you chose was broken, like broken bad, then you just go to any of the other 2 monk ascendancies, which are quite good. Oh no, not Chijula, but this guy is very good. Invoker is super good, and you just do like cast on crit, comet, usual. So yeah, that one seems enticing. Because none of the others really got much love in terms, and I didn't see a big rework of like elemental skills, so I'm not really keen on playing anything like on sorceress. We'll summon the Thunder Boys. Yes, yes. So the other one is this one, Huntress, Amazon, or Ritualist. I've never played Huntress before. I'll have to see what she starts with. Definitely need to do a couple of practice runs on her. And then maybe one on Monk. I mean, I'm pretty sure I can find like an already leveling build, because a lot of people have leveled these characters several times, so maybe I'll do that. Then just do something in the end. Anyway, the hype is building up. Cranking up the hype. I'm gonna call it a night. I'm gonna call the stream today. I need more info to plan out my league start. But once I do, I mean, we'll be chatting about it in the Discord either. Once we have more information. Yeah, I know for a fact that we will have more patch notes. It's very difficult to make an educated guess right now of how strong will be on League Start, because things are bound to change. We're still a week away from it. All right. Usual. Thanks very much for hanging out, Jatsi, Watercra. Still might be there. Thank you, and have a great rest of your night. Bye bye.